Shall we pray? And those who know your name shall trust in you, because you do not forsake those who seek for you. Father, we thank you. Father, we bless you. Father, we glorify your name. Father, we honor you. There is none like unto you in power, in honor, in dignity. No one else but you alone, the only one true God, the only wise God. To you, we give all the praise and the glory and the honor. As in all humility, we submit this program into your hands. We pray that your power will brood over this program and take us through to the expected end. May we feel your presence. May we contribute, and may our contributions lead to the success of this conference, to the glory and honor of your holy name. We bless you because we know you always answer our prayers, and this morning you have done the same for us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Reverend DCFO John Amalai Amate. You have indeed demonstrated that you are with the Lord Almighty, and we are grateful to you for the prayers. We want to specially welcome you to the day 2 of the third fire conference happening live here at Alisa Hotel in Accra. Yesterday was the beginning, and we are climaxing the 2-day event today. And we are happy that you are also here to witness the final day of this year's edition of the Fire Conference. And without much ado, I would like to introduce the Fire Service Council Chair to the gathering. He is Nana Ofori Ahenkan II. Shall we give it up for him, please? Nana, we are grateful for your presence this morning. We are honored and appreciate you for making time to be with us. We also have the Acting Chief Fire Officer, who has championed a lot of initiatives since assuming office early this year. Under her tenure, prank calls have reduced significantly from 600,000 last year to as low as, even though it is low, to 50,000, a little over 50,000. Shall we give it up for the Acting Chief Fire Officer? She has also initiated a lot of digitalization and innovation as far as securing fire permits and certificates for structures in this country. Yesterday, as I listened to her giving the welcome address, she is much more focused on ensuring that the services and processes, most of them, are digitalized. And this is a woman who is a trailblazer, a barrier breaker, the first ever woman to be appointed as the Chief Officer of this noble institution, the Yasantua of our time. I am honored to introduce to the gathering the Acting Chief Officer, Daniela Mausi Intosapo. Thank you, Madam, for being here with us. We also have our main speaker for today with us here. He is Surveyor Dr. Nana Agyeman Frimpong. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause? We have our revered directors, neatly dressed, and our regional fire commanders who have come from both far and near to also witness this great event. I know we have other important personalities in our midst who are also here to ensure that we have a successful program. And therefore, it's my singular honor to welcome you once again to the day 2 of the 3rd Fire Conference. I thank you for coming. We would take our first presentation from our main speaker today, who will be delivering on the topic Capacity Building for Personnel of the Ghana National Fire Service, the role of stakeholders. Capacity Building for Personnel of the Ghana National Fire Service, the role of stakeholders. So right after his presentation, we would break and then go for our coffee break. From the coffee break, 10 minutes coffee break, we would come back and then begin with the panel discussion. So, in reading the brief profile of our main speaker today, kindly permit me to go through his profile. Surveyor Dr. Nana Agyeman Frimpong is a scholar and a practitioner of public administration with over 25 years of experience. His industry experience started in Ghana with the Office of the Administrator of Stool Lands. After graduating from KNUST with a degree in land economy. He is a professional valuer and a member of the Ghana Institution of Surveyors, as well as the Chartered Institute of Human Resource Management. Dr. Frimpong obtained his PhD degree in public administration and urban studies at the University of Akron, Ohio in the USA. He also holds a Master of Arts degree in urban planning and geographical information system from the University of Akron, Ohio, USA, as well as a Master of Science in Environmental Engineering and Sustainable Infrastructure from the Royal Institute of Technology, Stockholm, Sweden. As an academic, Dr. Frimpong primarily taught core courses of public administration at both undergraduate, master's, and doctoral levels at the University of Akron, USA, Texas, Southern University, Houston, Texas, and GIMPA. In between his experience in the academia, Dr. Frimpong engaged in the design and implementation of various consultancy projects for agencies in public services of Ghana in the area of training in corporate governance, performance management, technical writing, project management, as well as monitoring and evaluation. Prior to his appointment as a full-time member of the Public Service Commission, in February 2019, Dr. Frimpong was a lecturer for the School of Public Service and Governance at the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration. He has over 30 publications in high-ranking peer-reviewed journals and book chapters that have immensely contributed to knowledge in specialized topics of interest. He is a Christian and married with 2 children. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our main speaker and presenter of today, Surveyor Dr. Nana Agyeman Frimpong.
Good morning. I'm very excited to have been invited to this year's Ghana National Fire Service Conference. And I hope that all of us will pay a particular attention to issues of experience, and at the end of it all, you will learn something. So let me first utilize the already existing protocols that have been established and make some few remarks. When I was asked to deliver a lecture, and in fact I've been around this institution for about 6.5, and I realized that I needed to contextualize the topic that I have been assigned to me to the role of the Public Services Commission. In between, however, I know that there are other institutions that work together with you, and therefore I'll make an attempt to also say some things about, allied institutions such as National Disaster Management Organization, your mother ministry, Ministry of Interior, and many other institutions that work hand in hand with you. So I bring you warm felicitations from the Public Services Commission. As I said, I've been around the Ghana National Fire Service for some time. Those of you senior officers, you've almost every year appeared before me. You don't appear before me, no promotion for you. And if you appear before me and you don't understand the questions very well, I said, go back, read, and come back. I don't fail people. Even if you want to fail, I will not fail you. And then also, let me spend a little bit of time to congratulate my sister, the Chief Fire Officer. In fact, she's no longer an acting. We have confirmed her. Yes. No. In fact, She doesn't agree with me saying this, but I have said it because the Public Services Commission is an open institution. She came, she saw, she conquered. A round of applause to her. And so all those of you who thought acting no, so now she's no longer echo. So please address her as such. Over. I just am in the shower. Hey, any more day? Abba. Okay. Hey, Ebe. Now, is it possible I can come here? I can move the thing here. Over. Help me move it here. A little bit forward. So that I can always. Okay, so this is going to be the outline of my presentation. As a lecturer, I always want to be mobile. This thing is too restrictive because if I am moving, then it means I have to be holding it so that I can be mobile. Yes, thank you. So this is going to be the outline. We will look at the 1992 Republican Constitution, and also we will be looking at the legal architecture for the Ghana National Fire Service, your Act 537, and then LI 1725, and then the fire precaution regulations. You also look at the scheme of service. Once again, let me appreciate the Ghana National Fire Service as one of the first security agencies in our nation to have done this. Okay. This was done out of meticulous approach by the Ghana National Fire Service in conjunction with the Public Services Commission, and it's been approved. Okay, so what I'm asking is that, and in fact I will be speaking to it, what I'm asking is that once the Public Services Commission has approved this working document, please do not deviate from it. Otherwise, when there are issues, because all HR issues are potential legal matters, and therefore, please be advised as such. Nana Chairman, don't allow management to do some kulu in the document. All right. And then we also look at the role of the Public Services Commission and other institutions. I mentioned a few of them. And then we look at urbanization and how it has impacted fire disasters. And then we look at why HR capacity building is urgent. Then we will look at ending your relationship with the Ghana National Fire Service. Because once you enter, you what? You would exit. Either by compulsory retirement or by other mechanisms that at the end of the day, we will end up having a discussion about. Then I'll end up with a concluding remarks. So this is one of your fire, yes. And I took this because I loved this one. Yes. Okay. Let me start by saying this. Where do we find ourselves now? Students of public administration in this room will remember a quotation from Woodrow Wilson that administrative questions are not political questions. Although politics set the functions, the task, the assignments for administration, it should not be suffered to manipulate its offices. We are in a day and time where politics, administration, dichotomy, and the nuances between being a consummate public servant seems to be at odds with political interferences and many other issues that have come to be with us. But at the end of this assignment, you will agree with me that there is no way you can separate politics from what? Administration. You'll be living in a wonderland if you think that, as for me, I'm staying on a straight line. I don't want the minister to be giving me instructions. I don't want the minister to be interfering with core management issues. You are deceiving yourself. Okay? So it is true. And why is it so? Public servants are not elected. Public servants do not have to go back to the people to renew their mandate. Public servants are installed after the politicians have won what? Their power. And therefore we serve at their whims and what? And caprices. Please note that even we, the Public Service Commission, as an independent institution enshrined in the Constitution, our independence goes as far as a certain what? Limit. We are limited by finances. We are limited by many other things. And as such, we always have to go and lobby. Lobbying skills. And therefore, you can't say that, oh, Mr. President, the Constitution says that when it comes to the workings of the Public Services Commission, nobody, not even you, Your Excellency, can direct us as to what we should do. You are deceiving yourself. A combat demo. They will suffocate you by finances. And therefore, we are independent, but we are still what? Limited. Now, let's look at this information. A data here, 2023 to 2025. 2023, there were 5,256 fire outbreaks. The death toll was 264. Injuries, 2,557. Then in 2024, we had 5,596 outbreaks. And then from this year, the beginning of this year, up to half of the year, in June, we already have experienced 3,595 incidents and counting. These are not just numbers. They are families. There are markets. There are economic livelihood of people wiped off overnight. And livelihoods are lost as well. Now, I mentioned that urbanization have also had an increasing impact on the risk that we face as a nation when it comes to fire incidents. Our population as of now is about 34 million. And we have 56.7% urbanization. And therefore, the more urbanized an area becomes, the more likelihood, the probability that fire incidents will also, increase. What do we see about all of this? It means that fire vulnerabilities increases faster than the capacity that we have. I have access to some information that at the end of the day, I will leave you with a thought that where do we go from here? Now, the human resource gap. universally, we have 1 firefighter to 800 citizens. In Ghana, I call here Ujakrum. Yes. I remember in 2013 when I decided to relocate after 15 years outside. My friend said, "You are going back to Ujakrum?" I said, "Yes." Ufie pete oriwo namukra ebika. And I have never ever regretted since 2013. Never. So in Ghana we have 2,038 per 1 firefighter. This shortage affects response time. In fact, those of you senior officers who have been appearing before me, some of you have been asking you questions about the contributory factors to response times. And some of you, though it's your core mandate, you are not able to answer it very well. So this shortage response time, this shortage affects response time, prevention, and safety. Now, as we speak, your strength as an institution is 17,000 and some change. Your establishment ceiling, which is, what that it means is that it is a projected number after which everything in this book has been implemented. What is the projected number that at the end of the day an institution like the Ghana National Fire Service should have? That is equivalent to 44,000. Those of you who did arithmetic, what is the difference here? I'm a teacher, so I can point to anybody. Aha. Oh, no. Okay. Yes, sir.
It's 27,000. 27.
It's 27,000. Okay. So that is the gap that at the end of the day, we together in this room, and together with the help of the Honorable Minister for Interior and Honorable Minister for Finance, must find a way and shut it. And there is a reason why I brought these numbers up here, is to explain to you how the Public Services Commission, which is a central management agency in charge of human resource, how we can help. We only advise. And per Supreme Court's adjudication of what advice means, they say advice is advice. So we can only advise. Now, how can we advise? Before you can recruit, there are two things: the technical authority to recruit and the financials. Our responsibility as a Public Services Commission is to analyze the information based on the ranks, the positions, and everything that we have established in this book called the Scheme of Service. Okay? So it details out at any point in time the qualifications, attributes, and everything that you need to rise from one position to the other. So we will do our best, because we've been affiliated with your institution for some time. We know the issues, and therefore when a request is made, and again I would admonish you that don't just send letters to the Public Services Commission. Do the inside work. Every place you go, there is lobbying. You lobby and justify. When you come in with a request, we will tell you to go and bring a justification paper. In the paper, we want to see the relevance, the need, okay, as to why it is important for you to increase your numbers from 17,000 to something. Every numbers or all numbers you will need will require an accompanying justification paper. Okay? And so we will be there. Our doors are open. And when you consult us. So without the PSC's input to the Ministry of Finance, it will not work. They rely on our input that, okay, having analyzed the paper that they submitted to us, we think that, yes, they deserve to have an upward movement in these numbers. So, Madam Chief Fire Officer and your team, Honorable Board Chairman, we are there. When you bring the request, you speedily work on it because I know the issues and I have been asking them the questions on it. So it will be irresponsible on my part not to help, knowing that you lack the numbers. But our end is not an issue. Finance is the issue. So you need to find a way, Honorable Board Chairman, to lobby. Okay? There are certain things we will share it in secrecy. Okay. Why capacity building or enhancement is urgent? Why is it urgent? It is urgent because of the rising demands, slower response times, higher casualties, increased economic losses, and what? The growing expectations of professionalism. One of the appall, I just came. One of the appall I want to give you as an institution is that when you are requesting for upward movement in your numbers, okay, the justification paper should include how you've been able to analyze and what? Quantify or saved properties from being destroyed. That had it not been our interventions, had it not been for the fact that we were able to move in speedily goods worth several millions, quantify it, so that the presidency and everybody reading the justification paper will know that, oh, okay, this institution is so what? Relevant. It should not be just raw numbers. Okay? And then also, there is an urgent expectations of professionalism. We, the people, we expect that the Ghana National Fire Service delivers, and they deliver on time. I'm not a fan of mob action. That, oh, they came to the fire scene without water. And I've been asking you people that I am an advocate. I'm a devil's advocate. They say when you come to fire scenes, there is no water. And I have learned a lot. The base pump, whatever. And I say, okay, we the mob, we only come and see the base pump sitting. Not a janeshi. Why is the base pump sitting and they are not putting water on the tin? It means omoba hono ensure ni machine nim and the amoshi omo hey omugu omo amoshi omo. Okay, so behind every emergency response is a workforce system. Now, without any prejudicial sentiments, without any malicious intentions, I've associated with your institution for some time, and I know that the quality has been improving. Listen to the choice of words. I'm saying it has been improving. And so it means that recruitment is being done in a what? In a meritorious way rather than before, where you can just bring in a ponche and banchi, and then they give you, it has changed. So let me move. Now, in HR, there are some strategic pillars that you should know. Strategic workforce planning, continuous professional development, and what? Data-driven performance management. To the supervisors here, don't be fake. Don't fake performance appraisals. Nipa ne nya or nye. Please. The work that you do is so much important that faking performance appraisal means that you are contributing to an inept, fire officer still being on the job. Why am I saying this? From where I sit, in charge of over 261 institutions, we vet all of them. What we see is that most of the performance appraisals that we do, that our supervisors do, are fake. Why? Sometimes on the eve of the interview, then they present the performance appraisal. But I'm here with a good news. The introduction of the human resource management information system has come to what? To resolve this issue. Supervisors will now be required to systematically, intermittently input appraisals of their what? Officers. If you don't do it at a certain specific time, it is shut. So, this point is also very important to me. Continuous professional development. My association with you for the last 6 years have taught me that acquiring academic or qualifications, and again, I'm speaking not in the shoes of a commissioner, I'm now speaking in the shoes of a lecturer, an academic, that acquiring academic or qualifications is a necessary condition, but not sufficient for you to become a proficient fireman. Why am I saying this? We come to interviews for promotion with all sorts of academic or qualifications. First class, highest class, distinction, meritorious this. And yet you ask the person to even defend the certificate he or she is holding, it becomes a problem. But I am in favor of, rather, after you've acquired a little of the academic qualification, which is a necessary condition for you to enter, your focus, attention, impetus should be on acquiring lifelong continuous professional development certificates. It inures to you the advantage of knowing emerging issues, workshops, seminars, webinars. All we need to see is that you have been awarded a certificate of what? Participation. And please, don't just go to these workshops and just register. You log in, you see somewhere on TikTok, on social media, you are not gaining anything. Okay? Because elsewhere, continuous professional development is set at a minimum of 40 hours, at least annually. They would like to see whether you have enriched yourself by continuously applying yourself to what? Learning, not acquiring formal professional academic certificates. It is good, it is necessary, but it is not sufficient. Now, I also would like to highlight on this one. It is an achievement. Okay? I'm saying that recruitment must be in a transparent, merit what? Then not a patronage system. Merit-based, not patronage. The patronage system that most of you have your eyes on as, oh, I'm a party man. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Old boyism, old guyism, old churchism, old mosquism, and all those things. Hometown boy. No. That is not what I'm saying. Okay? Now, the relevance of information, data. What gets measured always, it gets what? Improved. That is why faking performance appraiser is dangerous. What is the relevance of a performance appraiser? Again, it's a question that I've been asking. If you come to me and you say, oh, David, I shouldn't say this because we still have 4 more days to go, Nana. They will still come before me. So if I say it, they will know the answer. And so this one, I won't say it. But there is a relevance to why we do performance appraisal. Okay. Now, the course 55 was an amazing achievement in furtherance of fulfilling the goal of this nation when we enacted the Affirmative Action Act. You had 814 women and 844 men. And I believe the women are happy, extremely happy. So the service should what? Embrace the use of AI in fighting, in firefighting, and rescue missions as well. One of the things that I will be also speaking to is the rescue aspect of your act. And I'm happy to say that efforts are underway to amend your act to reflect the rescue mission aspect of your work. Because elsewhere, when we say a fireman, fire woman, Nana is here, in Canada, in US, they will die to save an animal. They will die to save a dog. Because they value all those, animals. In Ghana, we only do firefighting. But the rescue aspect, which is, implicit in your act but not explicit, has or have to find an expression in the new act so that it gives you legitimacy and the mandate when you are fighting for resources in fulfilling your rescue mission. It is important. Okay? Let me end this one by saying that wisdom is like fire. People take it from others. A lot of the things that I'm saying are coming out of experience. Having sat as a commissioner for 6 years, I had a commission. Okay, so let me move away from data-driven. And the stakeholders must act together. A strong fire service requires shared responsibility. The Public Services Commission, the Ministry of Interior, Ghana Standards Authority. You know that? NADMO, National Disaster Management Organization, and then the private sector and industry. We all have to work in a concerted effort to make sure that the fire service that we all aspire to see and desire, okay, could be achieved. What is the role of the Ministry of Interior? They have the strategic oversight over your institution And we ask that they supervise, their supervisory support should be without any political interference. This is just for academic purposes. Oh, yeah. I know. That's why I'm qualifying myself. I wish the Honorable Minister of Interior was here. A good friend of mine from Asawase. Yeah, I grew up in Kumasi. Mensia. So my constituency adjoins, his own. So I know. Well, you have a very good minister, which might be difficult to, replace. Okay. The role of the Ghana Standards Authority. Prevention is the most sustainable form of firefighting. They come in together with you to enforce the Ghana Building Code. That's where they come in. So together, the standards. What are the standards? So they work with you as you go on your routine inspections so that at the end of the day, a building can be certified as having fulfilled all what? Righteousness. Okay. NADMO. We are saying that NADMO should move from relief to preparedness. They develop national fire risk maps. I don't know how strong your IT department is, but I would want to admonish that you make room to hire people with geographical information systems so that they can map out nationwide, district by district, where your fire hydrants are, so that as the firemen move on the hit of a key, on a phone, on a computer, they will know that in this area, I live at Oyarefa. So in the Oyarefa area, a GIS expert could map everywhere you will see a fire hydrant. That is what? Deploying the technology and digitalization. Is it digitization or digitalization? Well, it's an argument. Okay. So it makes your work easier. Before they move, they know at Denton municipality, when you pass this road, there are 15 fire hydrants. Or there is none, so that the back of the firemen moving to attend to the fire, they know where to go to what? Replenish, so that it reduces the mob action and the lashings and the shippings. Because we the people, we don't understand. And a base pump and I bet what? I don't understand. The fire van is there. Fight the fire. So you need to increase your education. Okay. So the private sector must also help to invest. Government alone cannot bear the responsibility of acquiring for you all the sophisticated firefighting machines. The one that can go up. Sometimes I enter into a high rise. I said, oh God. So if something happens, I know there are inbuilt fire hydrant, systems. But at least we go somewhere, we see some high rise ones. Why can't we also have some? It calls for what? Investment. Okay? Now, let's look at the Public Services Commission. Most of you have heard of the Public Services Commission until you appear before us to be assessed. You don't know what the Public Services Commission is. The Public Services Commission was established under Articles 194 to 198 of the 1992 Republican Constitution. And our act is Act 482 of 1994. Just as your act is obsolete as we speak in regards to dealing with emerging issues in modern day firefighting, in the same way, the Public Services Commission Act of 1994 is also obsolete. We are amending our act as we speak to give us, the ability to handle emerging HR issues so that we still remain relevant as an institution. And therefore, I commend service for initiating efforts to review your obsolete act. Now, Articles 196, it provides for the functions of the commission. We have supervisory, we have adjudicative, we set whatever, exams, entrance exams, promotion exams, all those things are our functions. Okay? And then 195, it also provides for the role of the commission in the appointment of public officers. In Ghana, before you can be a public and our new act will require that institutions that have been doing these infractions and do, hirings, especially the promotions, without our involvement, it becomes an infraction. Okay. 195, it says that the power to appoint persons to occupy public service positions are conferred on His Excellency, the President, acting in accordance with the council concerned in consultation with the Public Services Commission. So it is the consultation aspect that allows us to demand that when you are doing recruitment and promotion, the Public Services Commission must be involved. 197, it provides for the commission that, subject to the approval of His Excellency the President, we will make a constitutional instrument. I'm telling you, since 1994, we've not been able to do it. It's a shame. But there is a new era of the Public Services Commission that for the first time in the history of the nation, the President appointed people like ourselves who were under 50 to bring innovative ideas, the freshness of ideas to beef up the old. So when you come to the commission as we speak, we have the older bit and the younger bit, so that together, we will work. So in our new act, we will be required to make this constitutional instrument, and PSC will be a stronger force in this nation. Because most of the responsibilities and functions that have come out in 1994, which the old obsolete act was able to handle, has now been given expression in the new act that will legitimize our authority to enter into any facility and demand auditing of what? Human resource, issues. Over. As of now, we are not able to do so. So watch out for the Public Services Commission's Act, new act. What constitutes the public services of Ghana? 191 of the Constitution defines the public services of Ghana to include the following: the civil service, education service, the health service, the Ghana National Fire Service, immigration service, judicial service, the prison service, the Ghana Revenue Authority, the audit service, the police service, the legal service. as at the implementation of the 1992 Republican Constitution, only 11 institutions were mentioned. But then you come to 190 here, 190D. It says that such other public services as Parliament may by law what? Prescribe. That is why in the evolution of time, the Public Services Commission is now superintending over 261 institutions. That does not include tertiary education, because we have ceded that one to the Ghana Tertiary Education what? Commission. So now we have 261. So any of those institutions that you know, the framers, the framers of the Constitution thought it wise. They had a futuristic mentality that with time, public services as a result of the mandate of particular administrations that comes to what? Office. They will keep establishing offices to meet what? Emerging what? Needs. But what we have found as a nation is that there are too many duplicative institutions. As a result of which, we are working with His Excellency to reduce and merge certain institutions that we believe have overlapping functions. Now, other functions of the commission shall include the following: such powers to exercise supervisory, regulatory, consultative functions as Parliament may by law prescribe, including, as may be applicable, supervision and regulation of entrance and promotion examinations, recruitment, appointment into or promotions within. That is why I highlighted it. And that is why annually the service invites us to come and sit and assess your senior officers with an independent mindset. Okay. Now, one important thing that in building capacity, if I don't mention here, they will go and tell my chairman that when he went, he did not speak about the Human Resource Management Information System. The Human Resource Management Information System is a component of the Public Financial Management Reform, formerly the Ghana Integrated Financial Management Information System. It is, how many of you are familiar with the Public Financial Management Act? Or you have heard of the Public Financial Management Act? Okay. It is a project that the government has embarked upon since 2007 to establish a comprehensive human resource database of all public service employees on a common Oracle system, with a view to what? Strengthen the controls around entrance, exit, promotions, and positions across the various service organizations. And I'm happy to announce that the Ghana National Fire Service is enrolled in it. Yes, they are on it. I will share some of the advantages here. Why the need for this? Lack of readily available, accurate human resource information in the public services for speedy management of HR issues, effective evidence-based decision making, and efficient budget control and payroll management. In short, as we speak, about 98% of all public service organizations have been rolled onto the Human Resource Management Information System. And it is good. And I will explain to you the advantages of having your institution enrolled on this one. Before you can even enter the system, there is an initiator. Okay? So the chief executive will nominate an initiator. The person is just like an inputter, a data entry, officer. Key everything in. Then she will also nominate a reviewer. The reviewer makes sure that all the inputs that have been put in the system by the initiator are accurate. Then after that, the approver. The essence of all of this, as one of the conditionalities of the IMF, is so that we get hold of our expenditure, especially the payroll expenditure. For every 1 cedi that we get as a nation, we are spending almost about 80 cents to pay for compensation, to pay for remunerations, leaving only to 20 cents for developments. That is why as a nation, we always go with a cap in our hand. Number two, it will also alleviate the temptation of people putting in what? Ghost names. Before a ghost name can be certified as an existing human being, it means that there has to be a connivance between the initiator, the reviewer, and the approver. Getting an agreement between all these people, we believe, will be difficult, but it's not out of place. Because human beings will be human beings. And then also, it also ensures that institutions are not having too many people more than necessary on the system. So we will put in establishment what? Ceilings. For instance, we know that eventually the Ghana National Fire Service is supposed to be capacitated to about 44,000. Now, when we get there is no way the system will allow the Ghana National Fire Service to capacitate beyond 44,000. Okay? And then also it improves on quality of human resource data in the public services. I think I was speaking about this, so let me move on. So this is just a pictorial view of how the system is. So you enter data into the system. There is an establishment. You enter. There is HR approver. There is validation, and then on and on and on and on. Now, at the end of the day, the essence is to make sure that we get hold of what? The payroll. To control what? How much we spend as. Those and functionalities. The system have a model of recruitment and what? Selection. So you can do all your recruitment and selection via this particular model. Then there is performance management, which I have spoken about. Very soon, you cannot fake it, because the ultimate aim as a nation is to be able to implement the link pay to performance. Next year, inshallah, we've already started this exercise. Some institutions have been selected, and the aim is we try and then rationalize and what? Operationalize our ability to measure, okay, your pay according to what? Your performance. So it will not be like you come in, you log in, you go to the cocoa seller, the wachi seller, you go and knock on another door. Hey, Kwesi, how was your weekend? Blah, 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 blah. Now bonon kron, now bonondu, now bodubako. Then I go to the computer no ta 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 ta. Hey, I did physio. Then the lunch time. At the end of the day, productivity out of the 8 hours is only 4 hours. It will be a 10 of the past. And let's all support it. Those nations that when you go and you are happy, they just did not get there. Okay? All right, so let me move on. And then we have learning management, absence management, and all of that. Okay. And then this manual, as I am ending, I am rounding up. This is the Bible. The Bible of the public services in Ghana. It underwent, Nana. Megwa. You see, baby, I'm free no. Muyi free mo enye ye. I just say, but me can no. It struck my head. Say, a bon enye. Yeah. We cannot depart. So is it? Esquire is here. Esquire, is it undergone or underwent? Well. Okay. So this thing contains all what you need in the service. All HR issues from entry to what? Exit. And please, for those of you in higher authority, don't do things anyway, anyhow, because all HR issues are potential legal matters. And I know for a fact, as the chairman of the annual senior officers, assessors, fire service is an institution full of litigation. Yes. So if you want to do your action, Madam Chief Fire Officer, let this be your guide. And as we speak, this one too is old. It was enacted first in 2015, and it is now undergoing review. Very soon we will have the new one. Now, so how do you end your relationship with the service? And then I'm done. Vacation of post. All of us sitting here in this room knows that the policy says when you absent yourself from duty for more than 10 consecutive and continuous days without reasonable cause or explanation. And so the trick that most people were using against this manual is that absence, obunu tot. Nana, Otnefia 9 days. No, Abba. Now, Abba sign. Yes, good. Because that is what the manual is saying. But now, there is a cure. And the cure is that we will be adding in cumulative. Enti ubu tot 9 no. Aka 1. Enti anytime ubu 1 na ide aka ho. And then we will say, tell us why disciplinary action must not be taken against you. Because you say okwasi enitia. Agregu. Okay? And then you also have compulsory retirement. The Constitution explicitly says 60 years. However, there is a lacuna in the Act 199. Okay? Article 199. It says that where the exigencies of the institution is, the president may may. The operative word here is may offer you at the first instance a post-retirement contract of 2 years, another 2 years, and then the last year. So it is not compulsory. There has to be a justification. And I believe that you become aware of that. And the exigency should be that if you let Emilia leave this institution, the strategic position that she's occupying in the institution vis-a-vis the fact that there is no successor will be inimical to the institution. Then resignation. You can resign at any time. Then the termination, where an adverse finding is found against you because of your what? Misconduct. A committee of competent men and women is set up to adjudicate. Okay? Public services is about what? Procedures. In the private sector, you misbehave, I hire you, I fire you. Even a driver, a hospitality officer, you just can't fire the person. Due processes. Otherwise, it comes to the Public Services Commission, which serves as an appellate institution to adjudicate. We put it out of the window. Now go and do your homework well. You can't fire him. Okay? Then dismissal. The Public Services Commission is, the Public Services is not an entitlement. You can be fired for what? A stated what? Misconduct. Reason. And then retirement on medical grounds. There are people that have been in the system and they are sick. Unfortunately. You will be allowed to serve 1 year when you are getting, I think, half pay or something like that. Then at the end of which, if a medical what? Yes, board sits and adjudicate that as a result of that, Kofi Neko Home, as you prepare to go and meet your maker, it's even a good thing. So that you have time to reflect and pray, ask for forgiveness. Oh, the kululu you did at post. Ask God to forgive you before you go and meet him. Then redundancy. If a particular division or department in the fire service is seen under your new act that it is of no relevance, they can abolish it. And if you are a key officer in that particular department, out of the result of the redundancy, they give you what? A severance what? What? A package. Then you go home and eat. Then vacation of post. No, I think so. In concluding remarks, the way forward, we should all attempt to seek stronger interagency cooperation, invest in equipment and infrastructure. The government is aware of all our needs, and we pray that this new administration will have mercy on the Ghana National Fire Service to equip them adequately so that they will meet their rescue efforts. You need more extrication machines. Services Commission have a seal in it. All the relevant pages in this book have the signature of the chairman of the Public Services Commission and a seal. It is valid to be operated for a period of 5 years, after which, if you have found that out of the implementation of this special document, you found emerging issues that were not incorporated, Nana, the board can write to us, and then they can come in. And then consider adjusting the number of years officers serve before they can further their education. One of the common issues that have come before me during these interview exercises have been that 4 out of 5 officers are saying that the service should have a real look at the 8 long years that officers have to wait in queue before they can further their education. It is just an advice. And per Supreme Court, advice is advice. And then we are also hoping that there should be a focus on rescue missions instead of that firefighting. Because fire service incorporates what? Rescue. And then recruitment in the future should be merit-based and promotions as opposed to what? The patronage system. When we talk about the patronage system, most of us, our eyes just are fixated on political alliances. It's just one of the many. There are other ways that people enter into the service. So don't only put your eyes on the politicians. So it always seems impossible until it is done, says Mandela. And in conclusion, let me say that we cannot extricate, we cannot divorce or divorce. I understand, depending on where you went to school, you will say divorce. That means you are angry. I want to divorce you. But if you say divorce, it means that you have understood amongst yourselves that there are irreconcilable differences between the two of you. As a result of it, if you stay together, the fire service have to come there and fight. So I leave you with this message. Be politically competent and administratively sophisticated. In the service, you draw the line. Where do I toe the line of the politician? You know, I'm able to say certain things because of the privileged position of where I sit. I am independent. When I say it, I say it. It is in the line of my work. So that you do your work professionally. Advise the politicians professionally. And always have evidence written for. Even if they give you instruction, and it is a verbal instruction, there are many ways to kill a cat. You corner the person and you initiate the memo. As per your overnight conversation last week, the 25th of November at 11:59 p.m. I hereby seek for your authorization. Bam. If the action he wants you to take is legitimate, he will sign. If the action is not legitimate, he will not sign. On that note, I wish you well. Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
I believe we can do it better for Dr. Agyemang Frimpong for such a wonderful presentation. If for nothing at all, we can remember all that he has said to us by going by this, the last conclusion word that he said, be politically what? Competent, and administratively what? Sophisticated. I think he deserves another round of applause. We are grateful for the presentation on capacity building for personnel of the Ghana National Fire Service, the role of stakeholders. A quick announcement, please. The owner of this car with registration number GR4542-KIL is a BMW. Please, we understand you've blocked the passage of an entrance to a particular structure. BMW GR4542-KIL. Please attend to your car quickly for us. Thank you so much. So what is going to happen next is that we're going to break for our coffee break, 10 minutes. When we come back, we would zoom into the discussion. And permit me, Nana Chair, to introduce the following personalities whilst the engagement was underway. We have in our midst Nana Kofi Ampota, the Chidomhene of Achsen Achiase. He joined us yesterday. Nana, you are welcome. We are happy to also have Madame Doreen Kobner, aka Nana Hema, also with us. Please, you are welcome. And then we are privileged to have a member of the council from the Ministry of Interior, Reverend Enoch Boedu. You are welcome, sir. So quickly, we would have the coffee break section. Shall we all be upstanding whilst Chief Officer and the council chair plus the members of the high table leave us to have the coffee break? Just as we did yesterday, we'll go through the same routine for our coffee break. Thank you so much. Band, kindly help us with some tunes.
Sometimes the night feels endless cold. Your dreams seem faint, your hands can't hold. But every season has its turn. Every heart has more to learn. Don't be wary, don't let go. The river still has sign of growth. Every pain builds faith and hope. Before the rains, the wait feels long, but keep your heart forever strong. When the thunder starts again, your seed will rise. Before the rains, hold your faith through the dry and dust. Dreams don't die when your heart still trusts. Clouds may hide the sky from view, but the rain is on its way to you. Before the rains, don't lose your ground. The calm comes first before the sound. And when the drops begin to fall, you'll know it was worth it all. Life no easy, but we still they smile. Hard times and happy days. Every scar tell a story of where I've been. Every fall taught me how to rise again. Mama said no rush, take your time. The sun go shine, just wait your line. Days of hunger, nights of prayer. Still I dey move with faith and layer. Now I see blessings in disguise. What was pain now be my prize. Through the rain, through the tears, we dey grow, we dey face our fears. No regret, only grace. Every test bring a better face. Growing pains, golden days. We fight, we cry, we find our ways. From dark to light, we make our space. Growing pains and golden days. Old friends fade, new ones appear. Some come with love, some come with fear. But every step still count my way. No be luck, it's God's delay. I used to dream from a small backyard. Now I'm standing tall, thanking God so high. The journey long, but my soul is strong. Through the right, the wrong, I still belong. Through the rain, through the tears, we dey grow, we dey face our fears. No regrets, only grace. Every taste bring a better face. Growing pains and golden days. We fight, we cry, we find our ways. From dark to light, we make our space. Growing pains and golden days. Life be movie, scene by scene. Sometimes joy, sometimes pain within. But I go dance through every storm. 'Cause even thunder sound like drum. Growing pains, golden days. We rise, we shine, we run. Through the storms, we still did praise. Growing pains, golden days. Yeah, yeah. We're learning, we're healing, we're finding grace. Growing pains and golden days.
Smiling in my face, but you push and shove, telling me stories sweet like honey. But I can see the truth behind the money. You call me bro, you call me sis, but deep inside, I can tell something's amiss. When the shine is gone, where you at? No loyalty, just a whole lot of chat. Fake friends, fake smiles, fake trust, but the real ones know we don't adjust. We see the game you try to play, but we gon' cut you off today, today. Fake friends, they don't care for you. When you're down, they disappear like dew. They smile in your face, but they don't stay true. Fake friends, they will leave you blue. I've seen the signs, I've seen the lies. No more hiding behind their disguise. Fake friends, I'm cutting you loose. I'm moving on, I found the truth, yeah. Always talking about loyalty, but where's the proof? You just want my shine, but you can't stand the truth. When you see me rise, you pretend to cheer, but deep inside, I can see the fear. You used to be close, but now you're far. Can't trust a soul when you're chasing stars. Now I'm walking alone, but I'm not alone. Cause the real ones with me, they've always been home. Fake smiles, fake trust, but the real ones know we don't adjust. We see the game you try to play, but we gon' cut you off today, today. Yeah. Fake friends, they don't care for you. When you're down, they disappear like dew. They smile in your face, but they don't stay true. Fake friends, they will leave you blue. I've seen the signs, I've seen the lies. No more hiding behind that disguise. Fake friends, I'm cutting you loose. I'm moving on, I found the truth, yeah. Ooh, you said you'd be there, but you turned your back. Always trying to act like you had my back. But now I see through your mask. I see the cracks, I'm better off without you. That's a fact, you used to be my day one, my ride or die. Now I see you just a shadow passing by. I'm stronger now, I'm standing tall. I'm cutting the ties, no more fake love at all, yeah. Fake friends, they don't care for you. They don't care when you're down, they disappear like you. They smile in your face, but they don't stay true. Fake friends, they will leave you blue. I've seen the signs, I've seen the lies. No more hiding behind that disguise. Fake friends, I'm cutting you loose. I'm moving on, I found the truth, yeah. No more fake friends, no more lies. I'm done with the disguise, done with the tie. Real love, real friends, that's what I need. No more fake friends, I'm free. I'm free. Oh, I'm free, I'm free. Yeah, yeah. Let the drums play on. I've been waiting for your tone, baby. Pick up. It's a conference call. You and me no more. Ring, ring, baby, pick up the line. You say you're busy, I say I'm fine. But my heart, they hold on the wire. Your voice alone, they lights my fire. Zoom me in, no mute my heart. I just speak truth, no acting part. You they glow through the screen so bright. Even Wi-Fi, no fit dim your light. We be long distance, but the love's still near. FaceTime smile, I can feel you here. We they talk plans, we they share dreams. We don't need crowd, we just need conference call. We they connect, oh. Baby, your love, they reflect, oh. From Accra to Lagos, we settle, no delay. Our vibe, they perfect, oh. Conference call, we they vibe digital. Ooh, even through the signal fall, our hearts they talk non-stop, non-stop, non-stop. Yeah. Come around, make I see that glow. Body soft, your aura they show. You said, baby, the network's slow. I say no stress, just take it slow. You be my topic, no interference. Love declare with no interference. You they type sweet words in silence. Our call no need compliance. Mute the world, it's just you and me. Private session, high energy. We they sing like melody. Love call we sing non-stop, yeah. Don't drop the line, baby, hold on tight. This love call will last all night. Conference call, no end inside. Yeah. Let the drums play on. Sometimes I fall, sometimes I fail, but I know your mercy never fades. Oh Lord, forgive me. I walk through shadows, chasing my pride, trying to hide the pain I felt inside. Said words I never should have said, left my prayers lying cold and dead. But in the silence, I hear you call. Through my weakness, you love me through it all. Now I'm down on my knees again, saying, Lord, please cleanse my sin. God, forgive me. I've lost my way. Bring me back to your light today. Wash my heart, make me whole again. I surrender, Lord, I'm yours. Amen. God, forgive me. Oh, forgive me. So many nights I try to run, but your grace keeps shining like the sun. Even when I turn my face away, your arms are open every day. You see the tears I try to hide. You know the battle's deep inside. Still you whisper, child, you're mine. Your mercy flows like sweetest wine. God, forgive me. I've lost my way. Bring me back to your light today. Wash my heart, make me whole again. I surrender, Lord, I'm yours, amen. I can't do this on my own. You're the anchor, you're my home. Every scar becomes a sign of your mercy so divine. God, forgive me. I'm coming home. Never again will I walk alone. Take my hands, rewrite my days. Let my life reflect your grace. God, forgive me. Yes, I know you've forgiven me. Now I'm free. Let the drums play on. Yeah. Oh, see me shining now, but you don't know the pain inside. Tears behind a smile. Yeah. Every day I wake up with a smile on my face, but inside my heart it's a different place. Nobody they see the weight I carry, all the dreams and scars I bury. They say you're strong, you never fall, but they don't know what I go through at all. Behind the laughter, behind the style, the silent cries behind my smile. So don't judge what your eyes can see. Everybody fighting silently. Even go through the fire before it truly shine with desire. Just behind the smile, you don't know my fight, but I still look bright. Just behind the smile, every day, every night, I'm holding on tight. I'll be alright. Just behind the smiles, oh yeah. You see the joy of another struggle turn to light, yeah. Fake friends, they clap, but them no believe. They only come close when you achieve. I've been down, no one by my side. But when I rise, they go post my life. Mama tell me, son, keep faith alive. Even when the pain comes like a knife. So I move with grace, I move in style. But still there's tears behind a smile. Oh Lord, give me peace of mind. Cause the battle no be small inside. I know it fake, but I go try to turn these tears to reason why. Tears behind a smile, you don't know my fight. Pain in my heart, but I still look bright. Tears behind a smile, every day, every night. I'm holding on tight, I'll be alright. Tears behind a smile, oh yeah. You see the joy, but not the trials, oh yeah. Tears behind a smile, how they pray to survive. Make the struggle turn to light, yeah. Still I smile through the storm, cause I know one day joy gon' come. Yeah, the pain gon' fade in time. No more tears behind my smile. Let the drums play on. Life no be race. It's a journey slow and sure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Yesterday I cried in the rain. Dreams felt so far full of pain. But every tear became a scene. Now I see the light I need. Those hard days taught me to stand. With faith and hope in my hand. Now I rise and I understand. My story is still exposed. Yesterday made me strong. Today I'm singing my song. Tomorrow go shine bright. Everything will be alright. Yesterday was the test. Today I'm giving my best. Tomorrow I'll touch the sky. Cause my dreams can die. Many people doubted my way, but I keep believing every day. No shortcut to destiny. Step by step, it's meant to be. Every fall a lesson learned. Every scar a wisdom learned. Now I thank God for the
Ladies and gentlemen,
sunshine after rain. Yesterday
please, our coffee break is over.
I'm singing my song. Tomorrow go
We ask that you come in and then you get settled so that we can commence with the second half of the program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, coffee break over, please. Let's get in and get settled. Please, coffee break over. Kindly come in.
caterpillar.
You were baby, your mama taught you not to play with fire. Fire will burn you, and you want to know what could really be this fire. Let's go. Fire will burn you. When you were baby, your mama taught you not to play with fire. Fire will burn you, and you want to
Hello, please, good morning. Is it a fire service station?
Yes, please. How may I help you?
No, now I push shower. I want to Hey, it's the fire campaign going on, cause too much fire outbreaks in our town. Brother, sister, if you wanna live so long, open up your ears and listen as we preach on. And son of fire service, better have why no. Ijelebin kabuniwara. Acha siamo novo, juani yoto banko choko pepe sewara. Venye kayo tema habo, Good Friday, Benia de Sanchoa Gela. Jama Newtown Circle, Lord, I ain't put the Cleminaka de Sangana. Kumasi Central Market at Omitan, she watchin' Nankoni Mutani na Mutua. Jama Central Medical Source Yakoni, Wanga Yazampo Yabakoa. Ashima Nyongo Magadanu, La Shiama Namidanu, La Shiama Cholaga. Illegal connection taking place in our homes is a major factor of fire outbreak. Prolonged using of appliance is a major factor of fire outbreak. So Mr. Fire service. Oja, charging of phones and other gadgets overnight. Oja, improper disposal of cigarettes after smoking. Oja, putting candles and calls on the wooden table. Oja. Fire engines no yati yasie Yenga wai mwala he Ya mama yuko onde jumapa muye For protecting our properties Fire service fonyina yedamasi Click wall Fire service mabomodim pass Baby shina ye frema munya ye azan Benti Asidan koma munina If it's a move fire prevention campaign Fire service fonyina mi mama mo Adigato youth preacher Ukradi yobishi omuyila itawuma Eba no sasua ebebeja Go sanjo eyoshi ojoba ekoli Overloading of saketsu eyebia Saniwale akewa befakra No yo femo mna Minge fire service in Chanya yafi Kenha adesan wala So Mr. Fire service Oja Charging of phones and other gadgets overnight Oja Improper disposal of cigarettes after smoking. Oja. Putting candles and calls on the wooden table. Oja. Yeah, man. I'm urging all Ghanaians to be very careful. Because fire kills and destroys, especially farmers, palm tappers, fishmongers, hunters, market women, top bar operators. These are the preventive measures, brother and sister, you must remember. These are the preventive measures, mother and father, you must remember. Yeah man, create a fire belt by weeding around your homes and factories. Cylinders should be placed outside your kitchen if possible. Keep fire hydrants, fire extinguishers, fire alarm, etc. in a reliable working condition. Keep matches out of the reach of children. In case of fire outbreak, call the fire master control room on these numbers: 030-277-2446, 0299-340883. Firefighting is free, my fellow Ghanaians, please note that. Yeah. National headquarters 030-277-2446, and for further information call 0278-748177. In case of emergency, call 192. It's a fire service. Oja, charging of phones and other gadgets overnight. Oja, improper disposal of cigarettes after smoking. Oja, putting candles and calls on the wooden table. Oja. Hello, please, good morning. Is it a fire service station?
Yes, please. How may I help you?
No, now I go shower. I want to Hey, it's the fire campaign going on, cause too much fire outbreaks in our town. Brother, sister, if you wanna live so long, open up your ears and listen as we preach on. And son of fire service, better have why no. Ijelebin kabuniwara. Acha siamo novo, juani yoto banko choko pepe sewara. Kenya kaya tema abo. Good Friday, Benia de Sancho Akela. Tema Newtown Circle, Lord, I ain't quit the Clemina de Sangana. Kumasi Central Market at Tommy Junction, Wajan Nankoni Mutani Mutua. Tema Central Medical Society, one guy as Ampo Yabako. Ashima Nyongo Magadanu, Lashiama Namidanu, Lashiama, Ashiama Cholaga. Illegal connection taking place in our homes is a major factor of fire outbreak. Prolonged using of appliance is a major factor of fire outbreak. So it's a fire service. Oja, Oja, charging of phones and other gadgets overnight. Oja, Oja, improper disposal of cigarettes after smoking. Oja, Oja, putting candles and calls on the wooden table. Oja, Oja. Fire engines no yati yasie Kenga wai wala he Ya mama yuko onye chumapa muye For protecting our properties Fire service for nina yetamasi Click word Fire service mapo modimba Sebe bishi na ye frema munya ye azam Denti asidanko mamunyina
Fire will burn you. And you want to know what
section. And before we start with the questions, we would like to watch some few minutes video showing us the need for us to embrace technology in fighting hydrocarbon risk or fuel fires. We cannot continue to do the same thing that we have been doing since Gettysburg era in trying to contain or containing fires in this time. And therefore, this video has come at the right time for us to kind of appreciate the need for us to incorporate innovation, technology, AI in managing fires in this country. So, Danny, kindly help us with the footage.
Explosions.
Choose to be safe. Choose Adam.
So this is Engineer Louis Ankama Otu demonstrating to the Energy Committee of Parliament about this innovation.
Sorry. This means that when you install any container shop, no matter how big, it doesn't compromise the we decided to use your products. Water does the same thing, but because we are talking about the pure product, we decided to do that for you all to see. So that's no compromising of the image. So we have some lighter here, and the tank is already filled. The tank is already filled. I would need some stick, yeah.
Is that okay?
nearby Shell filling station. And so, Honorable Chairman, this is precisely the point we made up there during our presentation, that once ATOM is integrated into any petroleum storage unit, there is absolutely no chance of explosion, because the passive protection model within the ATOM design absorbs the heat and breaks it down. It breaks down the flame front, and so it is unable to achieve that, build that heat, for detonation and explosion to happen. So, Honorable Chairman, committee members, this is ATOM product. Thank you very much. So, at this point, you can actually decant portion of the product away. Yes, you can do that. Otherwise, it will burn until. But the reason why it's even like this is because of the air, the oxygen. The fire triangle. Once there is heat and there is source of ignition and fuel, there should be fire. So you see the burning taking place just at the mouth of the container. So if I put this thing here, it means I'm going to cut the source of oxygen. And what should happen? The fire should off.
So we would pause here and then admit questions from participants so that our main presenter can leave, as he has another appointment somewhere. So please, those of us who have questions, especially for the main presenter for today, kindly prepare your questions so that he can address them before he leaves. So please, if you have a question, kindly come and then ask your question, please. Get closer to the microphone here and then help us with your question.
Good morning. Please, my name is ACF1 Philip Amanyo. My question borders on the voluntary retirement 45 years. May I please know why now when you go on voluntary retirement after 45 years, you have to stay for the next 15 years before your normal monthly salary is paid? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please, any other? ACFO1 has asked about voluntary retirement. Please, any other question for? Yes, sir.
This ACFO1 Peter Tete. This year auditing, specifically Konongo, there was an issue. The auditors told the DFO, why should personnel go on 36 working days? Because it's against public service condition. LI 2415 was shown to them, but they still do not agree. So, public service committee, can you clarify this issue for us? Because LI 2415 is a legitimate document that fire service is using.
Thank you, sir. Your question is well noted. Please, any other question that borders on the presentation of the main speaker?
Good morning. My name is Diwotu Oparipin. Please, in your presentation, you made mention of continuous professional development, and he made mention of 40 hours at least per a year for every individual. May I ask if it is only the responsibility of the individual to have such courses to develop themselves, or the service as well can organize courses to upgrade the performance of a person? Thank you.
Thank you, Dio Oparipin. Please, any other person? Okay, so whilst we wait for Dr. Nana Agyeman Frimpong, please come.
So my question is on the retirement, but this is more on successive planning. When you talk of extension, because if A leaves, there will be a gap that needs to be filled, and that may cause issues because you don't have someone to take over. I want to find out, how do you ascertain that someone will deliberately not train someone to take over, and so you have no choice but to extend 2 and 2 and 1?
Please ask your question again.
Yes, I think I heard it. So let me respond on this one. Otherwise, I'll forget. The public service, there are individuals who, some people just don't want to share information. That is one. Number two, some people also just intentionally decide that I won't train anybody so that I will become relevant even in my old age. There. Okay. So that I will become what? Relevant in my old what? Age. But you see, whether you share information or you don't share, you will die and you can't take the information out. And therefore, we encourage everybody that no matter which position that you find yourself, your relevance will not be there forever. You have to mentor people, you train people, so that people will remember you for your mentorship. You may never know when you meet anybody, anywhere. The world is a small village. And so, my response is that people sometimes intentionally, they won't pass the knowledge on so that the institution that they are in, they still stay what? Relevant. Because you see, 199, it says that where the exigency of the institution, is, the president may. What are these exigencies? Exigencies are the needs, okay, the requirements, the incontrovertible evidence that when Nana Agyeman is not on the seat, Ghana National Fire Service will lack something. And therefore, whilst in office, the technical expertise that I have, which I was supposed to have shared, I intentionally sit on it so that last minute, then we write a justification letter to His Excellency that, Mr. President, if Agyeman leaves us next year, he has already begun certain activities that there is nobody in the institution to what? To continue. And therefore, we are asking that you give him an extension of 2 years. And that is what people have been doing in the past. It has its advantages, it has its disadvantages.
But from where I sit, I want to leave it here. I want to leave it here.
The quick follow-up is, as the Public Services Commission, how do you ensure that we don't get to that point? Because private organizations do that so well.
Okay.
That they're always preparing someone to take over in case of emergency.
Yes.
So how do you ensure that the institutions do this so no one holds us to ransom?
The succession planning there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, usually when we go out there, we train people and we admonish and advise. Remember Article 196 of the Constitution that empowers us to do a lot of things. Just says that we can advise on A, B, C, D. Now, so there is always a limitation when it's only advice. And therefore, in our new act, there is a section on the aspects that we have seen to be obsolete, which empowers us to what? Sanction. And so if we've advised an institution to do A, B, C, D, and we come around and human resource what? Auditing, which we've not been able to do because our old act was silent on it. When our new act is, enacted, it empowers us as an institution to come and check your books. One position, who is there? Who in the, who is the next? Who is the next?
The hierarchy. You demand that.
We will demand that. But as we speak, the 1994 Act, which because of its obsoleteness, is now undergoing a review. Once we get it enacted, most of the issues that we are speaking here, I think, will be a thing of
So I'll leave
the
it
past.
here. The other questions, please.
All right.
So ACFO 1 Philip Amano also asks, Amanyo, great. On voluntary retirement, it is pegged at 45 years.
Yeah.
Why should a personnel stay on 15 years before more? Yes.
Okay. Now, per the Constitution, the voluntary retirement age is 45. But when you go on 45, please listen very well. Your entitlements will be fair. And therefore, we encourage people to do the 55 at most. Per the law, when you do 55, you get almost all your what? Entitlements. And therefore, we encourage individuals that as much as you would want to go home and rest early and do other things, in order for you to secure a pension that is more hefty, at least do 55, so that when you go home, you will not be dependent on people lala sulala, and you go and beg.
He has a follow-up.
What is the question?
What I'm trying to say was that
Thank you.
initially, when you go on voluntary retirement 45 years,
Yes, sir.
after your pension gratuity has been paid, just a month or two after, you start taking your monthly salary. But of late, it is not like that. What is the reason assigned to that?
Oh, snitch. You see, matters of snitch.
No, so let me clarify here too. What about those under Cap 30 also?
Okay, you see, it all amounts to lack of funds. You see, they have invested.
It's a lack of funds.
Listen.
Or it's all snit.
Oh, it's not snitch per se. There are some that have been given to individual institutions. They invested.
Okay.
Now, you see, again, in snitch, there is some political, undertones when it comes to their investments. And I'm asking that, let me leave it here. Because you see, Senate money, okay, successive administrations, when they come, the accountant is here. When they come, they all use it. Now they invest it. they say they are investing it. So by the time you need it, sometimes it has not what? Matured. Senate's responsibility is to make sure that our contributions are wisely what? Invested. And sometimes the kind of investments that they go into, it doesn't mature in time. That's all I can say.
It's unfortunate we don't have Senate, or we do have Senate here. Because if you invest and it does not mature in time, I must not suffer the consequence. You must get the money and pay me. Because like you said, I don't want to go and do lalasulila at home. And so it will be very difficult for people to see me working and I come home and I'm now begging for bread.
Okay.
And before you read the next question, my panelists here want to contribute to that, but you don't know who they are, so I'll just do a brief introduction so they can contribute to this particular one. So we have Samuel Adotei. Did I get it right? Yes. And Senior Human Capital and HSSC lead.
Let's go! Fire will burn you. When you were a baby, your mama taught you not to play with fire. Fire will burn you. And you want to know what could really be this fire. Let's go! Fire will burn you. When you were a baby, your mama taught you not to play with fire. Fire will burn you. And you want to know what could really be this fire. Let's go! Fire will burn you. When you were a baby, your mama taught you not to play with fire. Fire will burn you. And you want to know what could really be this fire. Let's go! Fire will burn you. When you were a baby, your mama taught you not to play with fire. Fire will burn.
At the Parliament House, and by now you know he's a mechanical engineer, so a seasoned oxygen executive, and he has decades of experience too. So you also want to make an input on this one, or you want to stick to mechanical engineering?
Okay, thank you very much. All protocols observed. I want to take it from the Senate angle.
Yes.
It's very unfortunate, but that's a reality that you would find very elderly people trooping to the banks and they'll be disappointed. And I tell myself as a young man, when I see my elderly people go to the bank and they have to come back empty-handed, I ask myself, so at my age, what can I do to avert this? And so, way back, maybe 10 years ago, when I asked these questions, every time I visited a commercial bank at Tebacomte 2 and I saw the oldies, I became very worried. And so I told myself that I need to have a plan, a backup plan, something that I can rely on myself, something that I can call on my own, so that when I get to my retirement age, I do not have to rely on that which will be coming from SSNIT. And so it's a very humble appeal that those of us who still have some age on our side, let's consider it deeply and start implementing certain measures that would save the situation for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Plan B is very necessary for all of us. Please take our other questions for the Commissioner.
Right. ACFO2 Peter Tete also asks this about an auditing that went on at a particular station. And the auditors queried the district fire officer for allowing the personnel to go on leave for 36 days. Then he queried the DFO that is unlawful for the DFO to allow a personnel. And he also reiterated the fact that this is enshrined in our LI 2415 that allows a junior rank officer to go for leave for 36 days and then a senior for 42 days. So where did the DFO get it wrong?
Okay, so what does your LI say?
That for
the junior officer is what?
Entitled to 36 working days.
36 working days. Okay.
Leave, annual leave.
Okay.
And then a senior officer, 42
now,
working days.
The question that I want to know is, did he use all the 36 at once, or he took some,
Period.
he spread it
over a period?
Over a time?
All right, so unless the commander comes to help us to understand the issues.
Because you see,
let's have some silence, please. Thank you.
Auditor says we are also part of Public Service Commission.
Okay.
So our LI is against Public Service Commission. This is what the auditor said.
I see.
Yes.
Did I hear right that your LI, though you are under the public service, your LI is against? Is that what it said?
Yeah, he says that the LI allows them the junior officers to utilize 36.
Yes, and senior
working days, and then senior 42.
42.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not seeing any contravention over here, because you see, if I'm entitled to 36.
Please, let's have some silence.
Okay. Institutionally, I can decide to, order that because of the nature of our work, the institution cannot afford to let you go on leave for an extensive, period of time. And that you can begin to, utilize it bit by bit. Because you see, as we speak, leave days that are not utilized, you don't get anything for it.
You don't roll them over.
You don't roll them over. You don't also give you, anything. And therefore, institutions that are very serious, usually, that is why the Human Resource Management Information System on leave management, it is there. When institutions begin to, activate it, okay, you will know who has spent what, who is, accumulating, unnecessarily. Because what is it on your seat that you don't want to go on leave? Again, you raise a lot of unnecessary questions. You see, and leave days are for what? A reason that what? You go home and what? Rejuvenate, refresh, and come back. Mede acha aban. Aban fa.
Oh, wow.
Some will say that, well, I do not need it. But it is you, the head of the what institution, to say that, okay, you don't need it, but we need you.
Okay.
And therefore,
You must take it.
what we agreed on at the beginning of what? Of the year. This is what you have to do. Yes.
It's amazing when it comes across like this, because in the private, I work for a private company, and I know I wanted to take my 20 days I'm entitled to. My boss said, it's end of the year, we are doing planning for next year. You cannot take it, but you need rest, so you take 10 days and come back. And the next 10 days, even though you're not supposed to roll it over to next year, I promise to give it to you in February.
Good.
So there's a plan.
Yes.
And I know I'll take it in February. So that is the same thing I'm expecting to work here.
Yeah.
But as usual, we sometimes leave the loopholes and then things slip through. So we'll come for your question, but let me take, yes.
I just want to make a contribution to
Okay,
the
okay.
36
let me take
days.
that and come back. Yes.
The Ghana National Fire Service regulation is one of the regulations for the security services, which went through all the processes. We worked with Public Service Commission. They approved the 36 working days for junior officers and 42 working days for senior officers. So the law is not contravening that of the Public Service Commission manual in any way.
Thank
so, Regional Commander, please let whoever audited you understand that that is our working tool, and that is what the law says. Thank you.
Thank you. The auditor must have known this, I'm sure. Thank you. So let me take, Mr. Auditor, let me take your input on that one.
Just to add to what
Please, let's listen to him, please. Your days will not be taken. Your days will be given back. 36 or 42. So let's stay calm. Thank you.
To add to what the Director of Finance just spoke about, I think in the appointment of the auditor, a few things will be looked at. They will review all your documentations, including the scheme of service, the beautiful one that's been done. And I doff my hat up for Chief for that document. They will look at the HR manual of the Public Services Commission as well. The audit is basically financial, there will be technical, and the process improvement. There is no way that there should be a conflict if the auditor had reviewed all these documents before going into the audit itself. So I think this issue is moot on the surface unless I see more details to it. And that should be the way it should go. So there's no need to really be worried about it. If it's in black and white, it's in black and white, and that should apply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take, is that a final question?
We have two
more.
more.
Okay.
So this one is coming from DO2 Oparipe. And then he asked that on continuous professional development, you indicated that an individual has to take 40 hours kind of workshops, seminars, and what have you. And he's asking, is it solely on the individual or the service has a role to play in this?
Okay. This response, some will like it, some will not. If the institution is well able to do so financially, yes. But there could also be self-initiated continuous professional development on your own. Mind you, you are capacitating your own self to have a self-what? Actualization. And therefore, if in the interest of lack of finances, the institution could only do about what? Half. The rest of it, you see, you are capacitating yourself. And therefore, we should not sit down and say that, oh, my institution has not sponsored me for any continuous professional development exercise all year, and therefore you sit down. No.
Doc,
Institutions.
Doc, not to cut you, but sometimes the challenge is with you going to do this on your own and whether your superior is willing to let you go.
Okay.
It's also another side of it. So
Yes.
you're trying to enhance yourself, but have you prepared his or her mind, or is he ready to allow you to go for this?
Okay. Now, what is happening is that in the service, whenever you want to embark on either formal education, a CPD exercise, the norm is that you inform your head of institution formally. Why is it so? It is so because per the nature of the work you do, you are needed almost every time. Only for they to look for you and then you tell them, I was in school. And so if you inform your head of institution that, maybe in June, in February, I have this important continuous professional development that I want to do. And therefore, I am alerting you in advance that in February, please, madam, allow me to go. You give them the content and everything that you are paying yourself. There is no way they will say they will not allow you.
I knew it.
Yes, it's true.
I knew the memories will come.
Yes. Wait, hold on. Because you see, at our end, we encourage our officers to self-initiate, but then give adequate what? Notice. It is a notification that we need in the absence of sponsoring you. All we need to know is that in February, I would like to ask for permission to attend a course in GIMPA. The course content is this. The advantages are ABCD. I'm self-initiating. I'll pay it for myself. Good leaders will not say, no, untiminko. No,
Then I beg to differ on this one because it will trigger a lot of issues. When it comes to CPD, be it private sector or public sector, there is the individual requirement, as in the benefit to the individual, and secondly, the benefit to the organization. In both instances, there is an element of a resource that will be lost, time and money. For the individual, you can say time and money, it is for my benefit, so I don't have a problem. But when you go to the organizational side, the element of time and money must be looked at. One, time, you're going to be away, which will cost the employer so much, and so the employer has a right to say yes or no. Two, what program are you going to pursue? Will it benefit the organization, yes or no? I have been in HR for over 20 years. I've been in HSC for X number of years. I want to go and pursue medicine.
How does that affect the organization?
My organization.
Then when you are done, you will not be of benefit to me, so you are likely
I'm
to
on my
leave.
way. This is my retirement plan. So the organization will look at the time. How much time am I going to spend? Am I going to spend 5 years in medical school? Or it's going to cost X? Are they contributing? Will it cost them? Will it benefit them? They need to say yes or no.
Yeah.
So that part always comes in. Okay. Recently, I'm pursuing a PECB certified crisis manager program. My organization looks at this and says, we will pay for it because we need a certified crisis manager for organization and operations. Okay. That is to their benefit, but that's also to my personal benefit as well. So there's a mutual benefit in that extent. So maybe we need to look at the program. We need to look at how much time it's going to cost. We need to look at whether we will be financially, Ghana National Fire Service. Why would we want to spend our hard earned? The finance people tell me our money is on this. So that element, we need to have a look at it. Then finally, progression in the scheme of service will spell out the key area, the key competencies required for the job of DCFO 1, 2, 3, 4. It will spell it out.
Yeah.
So if what I'm going to do, I sit with my supervisor and says it does not fall within this, there should be a discussion.
It's true.
Discretion will be very high level. So that is how I want to have a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. So one played out in my organization. The person is a sound engineer, went to school, and he did all these things without it didn't affect anything he was doing. But he went to school and came back with masters and everything, but they were not relevant to being a sound engineer. So he's still being paid with a certificate he came with, but he has masters in theology, in others, a whole lot. He has like 3 masters, and yet he's a sound engineer. That is all he is, the basic certificate. Please, let's take your question.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard, and I'm from Brandstech Electronics. So I wanted to ask a question on your slide that the capacity strength. Please, could you explain the strategies and then measures the Ghana National Fire Service is putting in place to handle the rising demands, slower response times, and then also higher casualty rates, and then the growing demand, economic losses associated with fire incidents?
This one is a thesis question.
This one is
loaded.
This one is very loaded.
Let's take it.
Okay, so all these are under
break it
the
down, yes.
capacity strengthening that you
Yes.
showing this.
So what exactly do you want to know? Because this one is like the whole show in the capacity building.
Okay, so I just want to have a few idea of how the Ghana National Fire Service can play a role in strengthening these topics in terms of responding to fire incidents on time.
The response time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. From the little that I have learned from them, from the association that I've had, there are many variables that determines the response times. Number one, when the call is made, okay, how soon and available are the calls, acted upon. Number two is also the issue of, accessibility, which is outside of the control of the institution. I live at Oyarifa. The stretch from Medina, Adenta, Oyarifa, always, even on Sundays, is choked. So if a call should be made, they are only limited to the ability for we, the citizens, even moving out of their ways. And so it's not everything that is within the authority of the institution when it comes to, response time. But at least the little that I know is that they handle, the calls immediately and in a professional manner. But sometimes accessibility is a key, issue. As a result, they are not able to,
Make the time.
make the time.
But yesterday we went into detail about that. Were you here yesterday? Yes. And he wasn't here. You are posing that question to him. When you were here yesterday, you got all the filler from all angles, including the facilities, the state-of-the-art equipment we don't have, and the delays that are just natural. There's nothing you can do about it. And then the access, and we get there, and you realize that we don't have the, what do you call the high-rise one? The turntable. To be able to deal with the fire, and then the smoke is so thick, and you don't have the appropriate helmet, and you are inhaling it in, you cannot go so close. So you stay far and try to fight it from there. We did all that yesterday.
Let me speak to one particular issue about market,
Market fires.
Yes.
Okay.
Market fires. Number one, the design.
say you go to say Kumasi Central Market. Originally, the designs were made in such a way that the vehicles, should be able to move to and fro. Over time, the Metropolitan Assembly have sat down, acquiesced in their responsibility of making sure that unauthorized
Structures spring up.
are not put down. Each time they demolish, the next day another one comes up. And so you see, it is we the people. We also have to be what? Responsible. Responsible enough to know that if it is not in your shop, it can go to your friend's shop. And therefore, we should not put in, unapproved facilities in the way of our vans. The vans are huge. And therefore, if you restrict what? Access. Later, you put the responsibility on the institution that they didn't handle it very well and that they attended the fire scene without what? Water and all those things. And so I think that response time, accessibility is the main, issue. And sometimes it is we, our own force.
Thank you. I guess this is the final question, and then we can engage our other panel.
So my name is Dio to Teresa Piafuakwa, and then to the Public Services Commission. Talking about people studying and not notifying the organization. So you come back, and because you did not notify, most of the time, like our lady said, your certificate cannot be accepted. Probably yours is it being relevant to the job I hear because you did not notify. But then there is an issue. Somebody is recruited as a junior officer per the qualification they brought. Then 1 year on, after graduation or passing out, the person is now promoted to a senior officer corps because they have a certificate they did not provide at the time of recruitment. I want to know the public services take on that. So somebody is in the service old enough, attend school without notification, the certificate is not accepted because they did not go through the proper procedure. Then somebody comes in as a fresh person, recruited as a recruit, a junior officer, then in a year produces another certificate, and that person is upgraded. I want to know the public services take on that.
So the certificate will be backdated. Oh, this is very relatable, I guess. The way you are clapping.
I'm telling you, madam, in my association with them, last 2 weeks, there are a lot of them sitting here in this room who have schooled underground. They can't tender their certificates in because the law mandates that as a regimental institution, you follow the law. The policy is that you have to serve on a rank for what? 8 years. Until it is revised. You are not in any ordinary institution. No. You are in a semi-security what? Institution. And the policy is 8 years. Now, all of us sitting here, as the chair, I sympathize, with you. This morning I had the opportunity to speak with my friend, Nana, and I told him that, Nana, per the interactions I'm having with your men and, officers, 4 in 5 who appeared before me are saying that the 8 years is too long, and therefore the council should do something about it. It's an observation. However, you also have to look at maybe the consideration of amending it, vis-a-vis what other institutions have done and the implications it has had on them. In fact, I do not want to put any institution on the spot,
But some institutions have done that, and the middle, okay, has become what? Big. There is a reason why we regulate, okay, how these things are done. It is not malicious, it is not intentional, but it is to regulate
the structure that we
the
have.
structure that we have.
So we don't have Kostroko,
So that the middle don't become too healed, and then the few positions, the few positions at the top, they will be killing each other. No, they will be killing each other. You know.
I didn't say that. You said that.
They'll be killing each other to go there.
Okay, so yesterday, I think one of the key things that came up here is that you have the resources, you have experts, you have people who want to help. And I think you should please, let's have some silence.
Let's have some sanity, please. Let's have some sanity.
Get these experts to help you. There's one right here, Mr. Adute, I'm sure you can help. So that if you can, yes, you can help in some way. If you can review the 8 years and give us what it will look like if you leave it open. What it will look like if you make it 4 years. What it will look like if you make it 5 years. Then we'll be making a decision for the service based on data.
Based on data.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Mr. Adute.
So it's a very real issue, and it happens in most organizations. I can give you one pertinent one. I recruited a driver who had a degree. The requirement was to have SHS with some experience and a particular driver's license. He did not mention that he has a degree in human resource management. So when he's recruited 2-3 years down the line, he says, look, I have a degree. I should not be on this grade. And I said, I'm sorry. Your grade requires that you have this, and that is what we take. Now, the surprise element is that maybe another person is recruited who, like you said, has a degree or maybe springs up a degree and is placed on a grade higher than the person who served. The Public Services Commission has a way of dealing with that, where they look at experience, they look at tenure, and they look at, I think, competencies also. If your scheme of service really is detailed enough and has it the way it's supposed to be, I cannot just have a degree with 0 years experience and expect that I will come into a job and then I'll be taught by a junior rank to do the job. What that does is that you kill the organization organically, internally. It will die slowly. Nobody will talk. In HR, there's a term called QQ. QQ means quiet quitting. The guy has quit. He has not resigned.
What's the difference? Physically leaving is resignation, eh? Okay. So when you leave physically...
So he's at work. He comes at 8, he leaves at 5. He works for 8 hours. There. He does 40 hours a week, but he's not there.
Yeah.
Now, what do you get out of the person? Chief, if you put in a performance management system, HR, IT systems, whatever, it will be populated. But the guy is actually not contributing. There was something that I wanted to add to what you said. It's also about the establishment list. And the Public Service Commission is my go-to place for a lot of these things. Now, the establishment list manages. It is not because it controls progression. It manages so that we all do not have the qualification eventually and experience and everything that the chief officer is supposed to have. I can do her job. Me too. I should be there. Then there will be 30 of us. Then there's an element that Nana mentioned. He did not mention, but I will add. Exiting organizations. How to exit organizations. Yeah, you can choose to die or be killed.
Yes.
It's a joke, but it is real. That if you're saying people can kill each other, I mean, I'm Ghanaian enough to understand how it works. Freehold, I mean, so that my retirement is, whatever. So there are real issues. Or people will intentionally sabotage to make sure that as my leader, you are ineffective. for so long, for as long as you will not allow me to whatever, you will not be effective, you will not get anything out of whatever. So,
Undermining you,
yes.
and then you have to leave.
And there's so many ways of doing it without you knowing. It's not about you being the boss and having, I like your Pajeros. The other day I saw FS 16.
Yes.
I remember. In a hurry to come to the conference on Tuesday. I don't know who it is. Don't point at anybody. But I'm saying that somebody's dream is to be able to sit in that FS whatever, and you are there. You are not going. Why? So please exit. The me too, I will come. Sorry, I mean it's a joke, but it's a reality. That then is tied to the issue Nana mentioned. You go on retirement, there's no succession plan, and we're given a contract 2-1. You are given a contract to do 2 years and 2 years and 1. It's good. 1, if the succession planning is done well. 2, if you possess key competencies that do not exist, which are required, critical. COVID came up. It's a crisis. We are saying that sometimes crisis management becomes a skill that will require, from a leader. What keeps you awake at night? It is not coming to work at 8 and leaving at 5. What keeps you awake is thinking strategically. And Chief, this is one of the strategic meetings of the Ghana National Fire Service, and I want to see the outcome and the action points that will, so when we come for the 4th fire conference, we'll be looking at where we have moved and then know where we are going. It's a beautiful thing you guys are doing here. But then, what keeps you awake at night as a leader is real. So if the leader sleeps and somebody else will be awake at night, why wouldn't the person say, Charlie, you too, if you have, go so that me too have come, so I will be awake. So there are real nuances that we need to have a look at in that space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have some thoughts, Mr. Lumiso, too.
Waiting for my turn.
Waiting for your turn. We did it this way so that the chairperson can leave us, the chairman can leave us. So if there is no other question for him specifically, then he will give us his closing remarks and then, oh, you have a question? Okay.
Yes, sir. Mine is just a simple one. You gave us a quotation that we need to be administratively sophisticated. And the other side too, we must also be politically competent. There are two-pronged issues. For me to be administratively sophisticated, I need to upgrade myself. Conversely, the institution can also upgrade me. But when it comes to the political aspect, where do we stand? Are we going or coming? That is. I'm Kofi Obosu, RFO Upper West.
All right. When it comes to being politically competent, what simply it means, I tell my students all the time that it's just about knowing what you can control and what you cannot control. Okay? Now, simply put, you are in an environment where you work under somebody, an authority who's been put over you by the one who won an election and is empowered to appoint over 6,000 people. Now, there are certain issues that are relayed to him to what? Implement. Most of which he cannot come out openly to come and share. Example, recruitment. The Constitution just advises us that when it comes to what? Recruitment, we should have what? A national what? Representation. Balancing Act. That is all what, it says. Now, you as a head of entity, okay, will be whispered, or the person will whisper into your ears that I've been advised. Me too, I report. I've been advised that we need to do ABCD. What political competency will have you to do is within the limitation of the request. How can you meet the person what? Some way, somehow. That is the world we live in. And this is a fact. But if you say that me, I'm an independent commission, I'm not saying that is what happens at the Public Services Commission. Don't get me wrong.
You didn't say that.
Yes. But let me emphasize, since 1992, successive administrations that have come up have had the confidence, the trust in us that we do our work independently. That is why there hasn't been an occasion where a president will say that this is my boy, this is my girl. When we assess you and you don't make it, there are various what? Options. Number one, respectfully, we engage with His Excellency and whisper into his ears that Osumesi, Wanyadio. And then what are the options? You say, okay, the board can put a performance improvement, listen, yes, for him or her in 6 months' time to what? Resubmit him or her. We've had occasions where they've come, they saw, they couldn't conquer, and they are represented. And we ask them specific reasons as to why at the first instance they couldn't. And usually they do well. And so what I'm saying here is that when it comes to the Public Services Commission and the work that we do, integrity matters a lot to us, especially when it comes to the appointments and the ratification of all acting appointments. The president is aware. That is the consultation bit. But respectfully, we engage him, not in an arrogant, manner because we feel we are independent. No, but respectfully, they have to represent him. Why? When he came in the area of what? Management, we asked him or her certain questions relating to, he or she being the chief spending officer, his ability to navigate around the two major legislations, the Public Financial Management Act, the Public Procurement Act. These two laws are the only laws that land any chief executive before the Public Accounts Committee. And Mr. President, when we asked Angoyi, so we've asked the board to go and prepare him or her. Then they represent, all of them.
This is like being given a pot to pass the exams. It looks so much like that. So that is how you become politically competent.
Yes, you have to navigate around the waters. Because whether you like it or not, the minister is a politician.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Simply put, the guy is a politician. And he has to carry out the orders of he who appointed him. You report to him. Your responsibility is to tell him the truth in the face with evidence as to why certain things cannot be done. But if you can meet the person halfway without contravening the laws, you have to be smart here.
Thank you. It's a quick one. You add to that before I said last, but there's a lady here for the last question. We'll take that.
So the bit about being administratively competent and politically savvy, it's not about maybe party politics. It's clearly about being able to navigate the nuances of the world of work. Politics is everywhere. I give the example of when I get home and my daughter rushes out to my car and says, "Daddy, daddy, daddy," 3 times. It means she wants to talk about something here and now, not inside. That is politics. She wants to influence my decision before I go inside and hear. Or my chief executive says, give me your professional opinion and leave the rest to me. I've left the politics to him. I'm giving a professional opinion. I can choose to write it or speak based on the environment. It's politics. So let your antenna actually be everywhere. Breathe in, speak strategically, avoid the minefields and leave the politics, the real politics, to the powers that be. Because the other side about recruitment, I prepare a chief executive to face the PSC. The person is failed. I need to do another prepping. I don't need to go back and teach him what he's supposed to know, but I have to prepare him to pass. So it's also politics. I don't know where I belong. I have a job to perform. So be politically savvy as in know the three things. If you it's not every time that you have a microphone that you speak. Somebody they give it, you just pass it and keep quiet and roll your eyes like a cat.
Just know how to navigate. Let's take the final one.
Thank you very much. I just want to make a quick contribution to the question on pension as to why.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Hawa Musa.
From
Ghana National Fire Service. I'm the Deputy Director Legal.
Okay.
I'm just giving a personal opinion, not an expert one. So you go on a pension, the requirement is that now, the Pension Act has gone through a series of amendments. So when you go on a retirement, again, somebody mentioned before I come there, somebody mentioned that we are under Cap 30. Yes, for your benefit, your gratuity, your entitlement, you're under Cap 30. But when it comes to regulation as to your payment, those are provided under the Pension Act. So if the Pension Act has been amended to say that when you go on voluntary retirement at the age of 45, you can claim your lump sum. However, your monthly contribution or monthly payment, you have to attain the age of 60 years. It is not only it's not only fire service that's implementing this provision. It's other sectors of public section is also doing the same. So it's something that has been amended in the Pension Act. Although we are under Cap 30, we are regulated when you go on retirement under the Pension Act. That is one. Number two, as to whether we should review our condition that recruits who join the service should serve for 8 years before being permitted. I think there's a policy rationale for that. When you go to other sister services, in fact, you have to serve a longer period. And currently, I know we are facing some challenges. People come in, we expend money to train them, and then at the end of the day, they get steady leave so early, they leave for other places. So in considering reviewing these positions, this is some of the things that I think must go into the mind of the policymaker to know that it has a reason for why it is the way it is. And then also others are even implementing far stiffer punishment. And then on the aspect of you joining the service with, for instance, a WASI, and then at the end of the day, you come to produce your university certificate. I think that we've been very lenient with most people. Like you said, we acknowledge them instead of punishing them. Because in other services, you are punished, you are dismissed for deceiving your way into the service, because that is a deceit. If the qualification is saying WASI, and you produce WASI under the guise of a degree, and then you come in and you produce the degree, that's a deceit. But unfortunately, on our part, and I'm glad some of this conversation is going on, so that we can take corrective measures. When people like that come in, they are supposed to be punished. You hand them over to the police, they punish them. But on the human face, we can allow them to go. If they are in it already, you can reduce them in their rank. You can punish them in whatever, but we don't reward that illegality that they have come on. So this is the contribution.
Thank you for your contribution. All three are very meaningful. Thank you so much. So I'll take your final words so that you can leave us and then.
So I'm very excited to have been invited. I hope you have learned a lot. My wish is that you do not leave here the same way. Okay? And for the officers who are yet to come before me, next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, please make sure the fireman's prayer, you cannot recite it. Yes. Do you have a prayer?
Yes, I know. I saw it.
A special prayer.
I have my brochure there. It's there.
And so, as soon as you enter the conference room, if you are not able to recite it verbatim, you go out there and stand there for the rest of the evening. So you come in, last candidate. If you are not able to say it, I walk you out, you go and, rehearse, you come back in, you recite until you are able to do so. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That is Surveyor Dr. Nana Ajiman Frimpong, and he is a commissioner of the Public Services Commission. Please, you have something to tell him? Oh, Nana wants to tell you something. Please, get Nana a mic. Thank you. You have a question for him?
About the certificate. My daughter, recently employed at the Tamaoya Refinery. During the interview, he went there with a master's degree. But they are telling her that they can't, because of the master's degree, they can't pay her on a master's degree unless he produce the degree certificate. It is a final, employ her on a degree. What's he going to do with the master's in future? Because he went there with a master's certificate. They say they can't pay her on the master's degree unless the degree certificate. So what's the next for her? That's my question.
You answer that one. Mr. Adute will handle that one. Thank you, sir, very much. Thank you.
So as Dr. Nana Ajiman Frimpong prepares to leave us, the band should help us whilst Nana Hima joins. Nana Hima, kindly join the panelists. Okay. So, band, kindly help us with a soothing tune whilst Doctor prepares to leave us. Thank you, band, for helping us with that tune. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us be quick with our questions. We don't have much time. We have barely 15 minutes to conclude this section. So if you have any question in relation to the AI, innovation, technology,
we are now coming there. So
sure.
When we get there, then they get the opportunity to ask the question.
Great.
For now, we've been doing HR and recruitment. So we'll get there very soon. But kindly answer the next question, then we continue from there, Mr. Adute.
I want to take the question on the surface, as the information provided is complete and it's full. The issue of the scheme of service, as Nana mentioned, may come to play. I don't know. Tamaoya Refinery has a scheme of service as well. The grade for which the person is being recruited for requires certain qualifications. So, like I said earlier, if the grade requires a first degree and you have a master's degree, sometimes it will be stated that it gives some competitive advantage. But in most instances, in some instances, it doesn't. For example, a rule that says that I need a basic first degree with 0 to 2 years experience. I don't really need a master's to hire for that job. 0 to 2 years means, one, you're doing your national service. You just have a basic degree. Ability to think on your feet and be able to understand English and be able to obey instructions and work within regulations of the organization. That's all I need. I will not go into competencies as in specialized skill area to say that in finance, I want you to have ACCA, CIMA, or ICA level 2. Technically, I don't need much. I need the basics. So in that instance, I have a feeling, and I may be right or wrong, that that's the reason why they declined to acknowledge the masters. Now, the public service is slightly different from the private sector, if I should put it that way. In the private sector, when a job comes up whilst you've been recruited, that requires a master's, and you have it, you can then tender it. That is when you were recruited and we don't need a master's, and you have it, but it's there. So one day a job comes up and we say, look, we need somebody with a master's with X years experience. If you have it, you can table it. If experience helps you, most instances experience. If I ask you technical things about where the grade in which you were supposed to be and you can't answer, your masters will not help you. So that in this instance, I beg to say maybe there's more to it than just the masters.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you very much. And so I would like to welcome Nana Benewa to the team. Yesterday she was here with us. Welcome back. You have a question for him.
Please,
okay.
With all due respect, I have a brother who has been trained, study abroad. Why? After university, we took him to France to study. I just want to know what the private and the public system do for students. I mean, going through everything, and at the end of the day, he came back. Until now, no job. Why? They keep on saying, profession here too much. So at the end of the day, he's just walking around. So I don't understand it because I've heard a lot about...
What was he trained in?
He did digital marketing, resource, whatever. So many, because his portfolio... His portfolio means like, no, this one we can. So, and he has applied for more than 100 because I keep on encouraging him. Keep on. There is hope. There is hope.
Maybe he should start something.
I just want to understand this. What's happening? Because investing into someone's life and nothing is happening, and it's Ghana.
Yeah.
And now, what's
since
going
he's
on?
in the business, let him tell you what is happening.
Please. I just want to understand this because it's really, this is why a lot of our people are really frustrated because study nothing.
All right.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Let me first of all share in your concerns. Really heart-wrenching to invest in somebody who ends up having all qualifications and then stay at home unemployed. You've invested so much and there's nothing happening to that person. It's really, really, really unfortunate. But it also comes back to the issue of what was he training in for and what was the goal? Sometimes when we are unemployed, we are trigger happy. We hear of something, want to get qualifications, that one. We hear another thing, want to get it, you get so many things. You face a panel, maybe Public Service Commission or maybe, and ask, what do you want to? Or what are you? You are not a lawyer, you are not an accountant, you are not an engineer, you have so many things.
Jack of all trades.
Then there's a trick questioning here. What is your career aspiration? Okay. And the person is not able to articulate that my goal is to be a priest or my goal is to be a lawyer. But it's like, I want to do anything, I want to do something, I want to start something. When it gets to that stage, I will beg to suggest that scale down. Don't be carried away by the degrees you have. Scale down, target, if it's Ghana National Fire Service, I want to be a crisis manager or disaster, is where's my colleague, NADMO. I want to be an expert in this area. Who need, in all humility, sometimes you scale down, get into a profession and build yourself up. So
Yes.
I am sad to hear this.
Please.
That he has all it takes, but there's an entry level to a skill area that he's looking at. Look at that, zoom into that one and enter.
Okay, another question, or we can...
A follow-up.
A follow-up.
And we can talk offline too.
Yeah, sorry, but it's like, I agree with you, but he has done that. He wants to go into finance, so he knows what he wants, human resource. But the question is, everybody say he should start from the lower, you know?
Does he have any experience at all?
He has experience.
Okay.
So, I mean, you know what? We don't need to do this, but it's like, I find it's like one nice excuse or the other because he knows what he wants.
But who would not want to hire the best?
Exactly.
Because
who
they
don't
can't
want to
pay.
hire the best?
They can't pay him because he has too much. That's the thing.
Okay.
You know, from the HR perspective,
we want to quickly talk about AI technology and firefighting. We'll go there soon. So let's do this.
From the HR perspective, if I am recruiting for, say, grade 1, I know the salary range for grade 1. And so I know the range. When it comes to the public sector, there's an entry salary based on qualification and experience. Entry, that's where it's going to be. There's something we call relativities. In my organization, I'm going to look at everybody at Assistant Officer 1 and look at them and say, okay, you are coming in, this is it. If I take you on an Assistant Officer 1 and I pay you above the grade, I'm going to create industrial relations issue for myself and my organization. The other part is that the money will not be added to my pay. I don't hate you. I don't know you. I am only hiring you. So I have no interest in you as a person or who brought you where you came from. You have to enter at that point. Now, when you are what we call, in quotes, overqualified for what your scheme of service says, somebody must tell you, this is where you are going to enter. If your expectation is higher than that, that one becomes your issue. But I want to respect progression in every organization so that I will meet you at church and you not hate me for doing the wrong thing. So we'll talk offline. The issue is expectation, qualification against what the organization also has on paper. Private sector will be happy to have it because he's multi-talented in different skill areas. That's
Is
how
he
we
also
go.
a Gen Z? Is he a Gen Z?
Yes. Oh, okay. So that's another kettle of fish.
That explains a lot.
All right.
Very much. You understand?
All right.
When you see him, the Gen Zs come with a certain package that the BBCs don't have. The Gen Y, then all the Gens don't have. They only come with that package. We know it when we see them. Mr. Otu, let's zoom in and talk about technology and firefighting. Yesterday, we spent a lot of time here talking about how outmoded the equipment we have are and how it's affecting delivery. What has been your assessment? Have you followed keenly on the Ghana National Fire Service equipment, technology, and where we are?
Thank you very much. Now, finally, I find my voice. It's my
Let's
turn.
give him a round of applause. He's been watching for a while.
But I must say that there are quite some authorities, Nana and my colleague here. I really appreciate their inputs and their suggestions they put across. They're doing very well. Okay, so talking about technology in safety or firefighting. So I just read the vision of the service. The Ghana National Fire Service is committed to creating safer communities by providing world-class fire protection and emergency response service to the citizenry. Now, my focus of interest is Yes, world-class fire protection. The Act 537, dating back 1997. I was just having a chat outside when we had a break. NADMO has their Act 927. So the previous Act was 517, 1996. And in 2016, they amended it to Act 927. I'm sure GNFS is here to have their own amendment in place.
They are going through the process.
They are going through the process. Okay, and I'm sure one of the key components that will feature would be providing world-class fire protection. And so the emphasis for technology is prevention. Now, we all would agree that we cannot use strategies of the 20th century to fight fires of the 21st. Previously, there was maybe just a few industries at the industrial area here in Accra and then at the Tema industrial area. But as we speak, there are a lot of petroleum warehouses in Tema, and even though it's very good for industrialization, it's also a concern for the fire ban. And I'm sure as you deliberate over strategies and what have you, the profile increases, and that means that it's calling for a lot of more effort from your good selves. Dealing with hazard B fires, that's from liquids and gases, it's very different, very complex and complicated. In June of 2023, I attended a conference, a program actually at UPSA, terrorism and violent extremism. And within that program, or in that program, we sought to understand the motive behind certain actions by this extremist. And it came out that they can cross the border, let's use Paga, they can cross the border with items that you might not place any value on in terms of explosive. They come out into Paga, the neighboring places, and then they put them together, and they actually become something extremely dangerous. So I was going over a few things, and the thought comes that, look, putting that aside, we have real issues that we live by day. And what are the hydrocarbons? So we know from records that if, God forbid, but something should go off at Tema Oil Refinery, maybe one of their major petrol tanks or LPG tanks go up, we know what can happen in the whole community of Tema. It can bring it down in a matter of hours. Take, for instance, an LPG. If LPG goes up in the air, it means that we're going to have a fireball rolling in the air, because the fire would always trace the source of the fuel. And that is where the disaster happens. And so, since that time, myself and my organization, we've been trying to pursue technological, engineered systems that is able to handle situations of the sort. And thankfully, we came by a product that is passive in nature. Passive meaning that it does not react, just by its physical presence is able to act and do what it's supposed to do. What is it supposed to do? It's able to take out the heat component of the fire triangle, like we all know very well. You need to have those elements: fire, fuel, source of ignition, before fire can be sustained. So when one component is removed, there is no way fire can be sustained. And so the technology acts by serving as a heat sink. And so it's able to draw out the heat in any burning situation. And for that matter, explosion and detonation cannot happen. And so we pursue this and wanted to see how it can actually come in. From yesterday, I think there are lots of logistical constraints, when it comes to the service. In fact, we did a short inquiry concerning the logistics situation. And so, in our very guided opinion, we believe that it is good to look at the logistics, very, very important, and all hands should be on deck. But also, we have to look at ways of fighting fire. Can technology help us to do it? The answer is yes. So that we do not push it only on logistics. I mean, let's face it, if there is a real industrial fire and it is happening, the fireman going there is walking into a bomb, is walking into danger. And I don't think that we have to be encouraging that to happen. Once there is a system, once there is a technology to avert that situation, I believe that we need to get in there. When Surveyor Nana was talking, he made some point that prevention is the most sustainable form of firefighting. I took note of it because I support it and I agree with him. And so it's about putting in place preventive measures, and specifically talking about hydrocarbon explosions and fires. They are situations that we cannot contain. You walk in there and you are walking into serious trouble. And so we have gone into this and come out with a proposal, a solution for the kind consideration by all. And so the question about, is it possible to prevent certain levels of fire, specifically the Class B ones? It is a yes, because there is a technology to salvage such situations.
Thank you. The technology is being developed in Ghana, or developed and done and can be supplied to institutions.
Okay, thank you. Nana Chair, the technology is primarily an Indian one, which has been developed. In fact, it took over 10 years of scientific engineering research before the technology came out. And so, like I said, when I attended that program, the Violent Extremism and Terrorism program, then I realized that we may have to research more into systems that is able to avert some of this. So it is in the quest of investigating, researching into this that I came across that technology. And what is interesting is that there are several components of this, but because we are talking about fire and prevention, I'll just limit it here. But talking about in Ghana, yes, we've had discussions with the manufacturer, the patent owners, and there is an agreement in principle that we are going to have a factory established here in Ghana. So we do a local production. And the good thing is, it will be the first in West Africa and in Africa once it comes on stream. And so we're going to have an export base right here in Ghana, and I'm sure all of us know what that means for us and our economy.
I am sure the question on your mind next is, what will it take? Let's just do it. Because if this gives us some, should I say, compensation on how we go about fighting fire or disasters prevention and all that, why not? But I'll come back to you and talk about what it will take for us to do this. Now, Mr. Adute, right? I want to talk about the specialized units because we are talking about recruitment, staffing, specialized units within the Ghana National Fire Service. Have you followed? Do you think we have the necessary units for this kind of complex situations? That because, like he said, we cannot use the Ghana National Fire Service of the 20th century to fight what is happening in 21st century. Do we have specialized units?
You're asking us if I work in the Ghana National
Oh, you must know because you have contacts there. Or look at it from the angle of whether we have the resources to be able to build that.
Yes, more of a layman. And the reason why I'm really keenly interested in this is because I think we are moving away from security to the safety element. My master's is in occupational health, safety, and environment management as well. And my co-panelist mentioned the issue about hydrocarbons. I work in the hydrocarbon industry. And so I contribute to the fire that Ghana National Fire Services actually go out to put out, produce for. Now, in my view, the world of firefighting and the safety of the fireman is paramount, and firewoman, before I'm taking on, is paramount. The fire triangle remains the same. The elements are changing every day, as in the causative thing. Normally, it's not always full. A pet area that I'm looking at is maybe safety of people and evacuation and the lack of standards. Yesterday, it was mentioned that I don't know whether Ghana Standards Authority is here.
Do we have Ghana Standards Authority here? Were they invited? Okay.
In the development of standards, what is the role of the fireman or woman in that scheme of things? They will be able to tell me, I am building an 18-story building. That building conforms to a standard. The standard is not Ghanaian. There are two building standards that I know of. There's LEED, L-E-E-D, and there's EDGE, E-D-G-E. If you look at about 16 buildings in Accra, we own about 3 of them. We are doing LEED. Other institutions, Standard Chartered headquarters, Sankara is EDGE. The World Bank office is LEED. These standards today bother on technology and the materials we use, tiling, partitioning, electricals, water, the water use, the safety systems we put in place, how we manage waste, how we store paper. All these things are in there. But I want to see the fireman in the scheme of things. So then, when the fireman comes to me that I want sponsorship to build a fire station in Tamale, or I want sponsorship for a strategic conference like fire conference, I want to see what my CSR or my CSI is contributing to the technology bit of how you remain safe to do your job. Technology is all around us, but I think we are looking at the bigger things. We want a tender, but if we bring in a high-end tender, we're going to have to train people to actually know how to use that. Yeah, this morning we spoke about GIS, Geographical Information Systems, ability to even tell which zone, which road, which whatever. Are we using technology to be able to do some of the things? And so I'm also asking a lot of questions. And because I do not know the Ghana Fire Service in detail, I will hazard to stay off to say that do we have it or not. I cannot say a yes or no. But I believe that technology is far advanced and we should actually leapfrog and catch up.
Let me put you on the spot. Would you propose that, without hesitating, would you propose that they train for it and wait for the technology, the GIS and all the others, to meet them up, or they should wait when it comes, then we train them?
No, they shouldn't wait. they should actually train with the changing
Start training.
times. I mentioned that the 18-story building that is coming up, if Derek is here, I try to say that if we are evacuating people from the 18-story building, we don't have 10 tables that will reach 6 floors, 7 floors max. But the chief executive sits on the maybe 18th floor. How do I evacuate that person from that building? This is the real issue we have on the ground. Today, the lift that we are installing in that building is a fireman lift. Have we trained the fireman on that lift? So if there's an emergency and I call the fire station, they come in. What do? Because the lifts are more like a chute that works on a different power system altogether. It's got the structures to stick the smoke out so people can enter, but you have to control it so there's no stampede. Floor by floor, there are about 6 of them. It should be coming and going at the same time. The fireman must take charge. So, incident commander, you are there, 10 people in, you wait to manage that. The technology is moving because otherwise people open a window and jump. I seal the windows, double insulation, so the smoke will stay in there and people will die of whatever. But I think that we are moving and we shouldn't wait for the technology to come, but we should prepare and go and catch up. I'm building an FPSO. I used to work for a company that built FPSO, floating production, storage, and offloading vessel. KNK, Kwame Nkrumah, we built it in Singapore. When we're building that, I don't think the Marine Police, they were, whatever. But if there's a fire out there, it's oil or who? Fuel on top of the water. The fireman is in Takrady. The fire will go, like my colleague said, with the flow. How have we resourced the Ghana National Fire Service, for example, to say provide continuous education for people to know what to do? If a fire on my vessel happens, I will jump into the sea. Do I know how to swim? Do I know where I'm going? These are issues. And so to train and to wait and let the thing come is a catch-22 situation. We need to catch up with industry. And that is why this conference is on my heart. The reason being that strategically, like I told Derek earlier on, we should be sitting to talk and plan ahead so that we can know where we put our money.
Thank you very much. Mr. Otu, yesterday there was a mention of drones to fight fire. What's the latest? What would you propose in the interim? Because yesterday we realized we don't have the money, but we can find innovative ways of making the money. If we make the money and we are able to buy what we need, then we can do what is expected of us. The rescue bit, the fighting, the firefighting bit, and all that. What is your recommendation at this time?
Thank you very much. Yesterday and today, we've had some very important consistency in terms of the discussion, the panel discussion from yesterday, and the presentation by Nana, Dr. Ajimai. Mr. Duncan from COPEC was making a suggestion for a safety
fire safety levy.
Fire safety levy. And I saw that in Nana's slides as well, that he was actually advocating for that. So, like calling for this conference is to have the stakeholders come in and resource or retool the service. And for the long-term sustainability of this, because just like my co-panelists here said, it requires a lot of dedicated funds, and that can come from a fund that is set aside. I mean, I will use an example of organization like Bulk Oil Storage and Transport Energies, now Bost Energies. There is a margin that is allocated to that organization in the petroleum price buildup. And so for every liter of petroleum product that you and I buy, there is a component that goes to them. And I think over the period, they have been profitable. In the same vein, if that move is made by the service, and in the government's wise opinion, they believe that they deserve it, which I believe more than 100% that they do deserve it, then these considerations should be given, and not necessarily attached to a petroleum thing. Mr. Duncan made a fantastic point about all these high-rise buildings, like the one
building.
They are building. So from the onset, then you know that there is a fire safety component in there, because there's the willingness to offer such payments. Now, I will just log something in quickly, talking about the safety measures that are put in place. So typically talking about technology addressing fires or serving as preventive systems. Imagine that this building, 16, 18 floors, and they would all have some LPG pipings, ducts from a central point, okay, distributed. So let's take a typical apartment in East Legon or airport residential area. So they would have a central LPG system from which there is a takeoff point to every level, and then to distribute it to the various apartments. Now, if there is an event of an accident, and when it comes to accident, nobody controls it. It can be from the child, it can be from the mother, it can be from anyone. But there is an accident somewhere in the kitchen, and there is a spark. And mind you, all these are interconnected right down, like the way the piping system is. And so when you are having this, and we have said here, and we all know that fire would always trace to the source. Fire would always find the source of the fuel. And so once maybe there's a spark somewhere, and this spark travels down the duct into the central base, what happens is we have what we call deflagration to detonation transition. And so it starts as a small fire. Now this small fire, if it is not controlled, then it transitions to detonation. And when it happens like that, it climbs up with the force, like a supersonic speed. It climbs up and it distributes the same way it distributes the LPG to the various apartments on that building. It distributes it, and the obvious happens. Now we're talking about a preventive technology. When this deflagration happens, the fire is directed into the central LPG system. What happens is that the flame front is immediately broken. It is dissipated. The heat is dissipated across the entire packing. We have, it's called structured packing. It's in a mesh form. So it spreads it across. And once it does that, it literally sucks out the latent heat. That component of heat that would complete the fire triangle, it takes it out. And so it does not happen. Fire doesn't happen. And that is what I demonstrated to the Energy Committee of Parliament. So we had a canister that was filled with petrol, and we actually introduced the fire in it to see what will happen. And just like I'm describing, it was the material inside the canister was able to absorb it, and so the obvious did not happen. So that's what the technology is about. And it's applied across all hydrocarbons. So it built specifically for hydrocarbon environment. So once it is a storage unit, LPG, and I'll use this opportunity to announce that we've actually had an MOU with the Ghana Cylinder Manufacturing Company. And so soon enough, we would have explosion-proof LPG cylinders so that regardless the concerns, the issues, we cannot have LPG gas explosions in our homes.
Because it's very rampant.
Absolutely.
Very, very
absolutely.
rampant.
I believe Mr. Lewis deserves a very big round of applause.
So we are wrapping up, and so I'll take your final words. I know we have a gap of 27,000 personnel for GNFS. If we get that, and we get the technologies we need, and we get the know-how, we can build a better fire service. By your final comments, Mr. Adute.
I agree with you.
I like the agreement. Nana Binewa, do you have something to say before we wrap up? Because, you see, he's standing there giving me the time, countdown, and that's why he came in quickly. So do you have anything more to say?
No, thank you.
You're fine from yesterday and today. So do you have something more to add?
I do. I have
30 seconds.
I don't know, but I just want to emphasize one thing about the foreign investors, that we should try to be vulnerable when we approach them. And then we should go for it based on, because we should believe in ourselves, and we should go for it because we know what we can bring on the table. So we should try to negotiate with confidence. And vulnerability is not a bad thing.
Is it in getting help so that we can equip and retool our service?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. We should go vulnerable. That's what she thinks. Yes, Mr. Otu.
Well, maybe I don't know if Nana would explain that bit more, vulnerable in terms of negotiation.
Because a lot has been said yesterday, and so I'm just trying to, so if I have to go, the time is also limited. So I hope you understand.
Okay.
All right.
So from my perspective, I think she has a point she's trying to make.
Yes.
Yeah, and from my perspective, like what we are doing with our principals for this technology, it's been a very good negotiation, and they have been very considerate, and that is the reason why I believe shortly we are going to have the first ever factory in Africa right here in Ghana. And so to add to that, or to end, Nana Chair and Chief Fire Officer,
Mama.
I have a special present for them, and that is atomized LPG cylinders.
Okay.
Wow.
They'll be the first to use it, I'm
Yes.
sure. They'll be the first to use it, so they'll come back and tell us how
Exactly. So
it went.
these cylinders are explosion proof. So like I showed on the demonstration,
Yes.
once the peripheral has some oxygen, you would see fire. But what would trigger the explosion becomes non-existent. And so Nanache and Chief would be...
Mama Daniela will get one.
Yes, right after here. In fact, we came with it, so right after
Oh,
here.
wow.
Right after
Now we'll all go and rally around it and see what it looks like. Thank you. Nana, you want to say something again?
I just want to take the opportunity to thank Mama so much for hosting me. And I want to thank everybody here. I'm very grateful. And I really appreciate the love, the caring, it means a lot. And I want to encourage all the fire service men and women that you are doing a great job and you are putting your life for others. So never feel intimidated, because what you are doing for the nation is more than we appreciate. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
What you are doing. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nana Benewa. Thank you for giving the vote of thanks on our behalf. We were all going to say, but now that you have said it, thank you very much. So I would like to say thank you to Mr. Luis Ankuma Otu and then Mr. Samuel Adute. And my name is Martha Prince Aqua. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martha Prince. Please, shall we be upstanding at least for some 30 seconds, stretch a bit, whilst I take the opportunity to acknowledge our sponsors for making it possible for us to have this third fire conference. We appreciate Omni Basic Bank, GCB PLC, Matrix Gas and Renewables, Comac Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, National Investment Bank, Glyco Life, they say we cushion you for life, SIC Life, absolute peace of mind. Can we now take our seat? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We are grateful for listening in. We are grateful to our panelists and our moderator for taking us through the section of plenary. We are so grateful to you. We will now invite the council chair who would give us the closing remarks and then read out some of the key takeaways for this very conference. After the chairman's remark, we would close and go and have our lunch. After lunch, management would assemble here to continue with the last segment of the event. So as we go for lunch, that will be the end of the official closing of the third fire conference. Please give Nana Chairman the microphone. All right, so let's use the podium, please. Band, if you can help us whilst we prepare.
It's been a great 2 days. As we wrap up for this conference, there are a lot of issues that came up. The objective of this was to provide a platform for stakeholders, including policymakers, researchers, and development partners, to engage in robust
discussion on partnering with the Ghana National Fire Service to provide financing models and other means of resourcing the Ghana National Fire Service to address its challenges, to develop actionable strategies and foster partnership for resourcing the Ghana National Fire Service for enhanced performance, to share insights, experience, and best practices from both local and international contexts. And there have been so many takeaways. And one of the first thing I personally took away is that all of us here, we are stakeholders. Listening to whatever happened yesterday, one of our revered presenters, he told us when there was a mission and then the fire tender broke down on the way. And unfortunately, the driver didn't see himself as a stakeholder. So before, some of us probably thought we were not stakeholders, but as we are living here today, we know very well that we are all stakeholders. It's not only the international partners or our sponsors. We are stakeholders, and it starts with us. There are so many observations. We know very well that we have a deficit of about 27,000 before we can reach our establishment. So what are we doing to get there? But I know we are in the good leadership and we have a very good directors around. And we as a board, we are very much ready to support the chief fire officer, the directors, so that we'll be able to bridge the gap of that 27,000. But don't get me wrong, we are not going to get it only 1 year. It's going to take time. But we know very well that we shall get there. So that when it comes to our response time response, then we cannot blame it on personnel. Because at that instance, we have the personnel who will do the work. However, that is not the only thing. We know we have equipment problems. And we've come to realize that there are so many things we can do to help to fight fire. Like the olden days, I always love to say some of these things. When soldiers were fighting war, they were using bayonets. But at this time, no one uses bayonet to fight war. They now use drones. If you go to not even Afghanistan. Afghanistan, yes, there was drones, but if you go to Ukraine right now, the war that they are fighting against Russia, they are not using bayonets. It's not just the personal rifle. Sometimes they have to use these drones. And we have seen that technology will help us to fight fire better. And like yesterday, somebody suggested that our name should not even be just fire service. It should be rescue service, because we don't just fight fire. When accident happens on the road or when there is flood and other stuff, we are not fighting fire, but we are the very individuals who are trying to rescue the citizen from those actions. So yes, we are going to ensure that we are able to get some of these modern technologies so that we'll be able to do our job and do it better, so that nobody is going to throw stone at us. Because when some of these incidents happen, and we have the technology to deploy drones, who is going to stand there so that somebody will hoot at that individual or throw stone at that individual? I could see that it's going to be a thing of the past. And this third conference has actually taught us a whole lot of things that we are going to do. And I can assure you that we are not just going to be the normal way. We come out with very nice ideas, but when it comes to
implementations, it becomes a problem. I can assure you that with the help of the chief fire officer and the directors around, whatever we have learned from here, we are going to ensure that we put them into practice so that by the next year, which is going to be the fourth national conference, we'll see the changes. And we are all going to attest to that. Some of the observation was on lack of risk assessment profile for the country, phases of insignificant logistical deficit, an absolute fire tender with average age of 15 years. Like I have already said, that we are going to do the best we can to improve, to do away some of the old equipments that we are dealing with. And the biggest takeaway I actually learned from here is on the Ghana National Fire Service Act, the 537 of 1997. That is about 28 years now. How is that going to be possible? If we are working with a tool which is about 28 years old, obviously we are not going to be that proficient. And I can assure you that already management have taken the step trying to review the act, and I've had a very good conversation with the chief fire officer, and I'm very sure when she meets the commanders, she's going to tell them. Yesterday we had one of the presenters, he told us that if you want to fish, you need to use fish to get a big fish. So this is not just going to be done by fire service. Fire service is just going to come out with what we want, but we will source it to professionals so that they can do it better for us. Then at the end of the day, when we finish, then nobody is going to sit anywhere to complain. Like the way some time ago, I understand it happened when they were talking about the single span time. Actually, we were trying to do it ourselves. No, we will not do it. We are not the experts. We are experts of fighting fire or rescue missions. So we will leave those ones to the lawyers. Yes, it's going to impact us when it comes to payment, but at least we'll get the best out of that. So I can assure everyone here that the revision of the Fire Service Act will be done and done properly, and everybody will be happy. If you are not lucky and you leave early, those who remain, they will enjoy it. There are so many observations, but I know we have sat down for so long. So I'm not going to try and then keep beating the dead horse. I know we are very individual, capable people. So I will also take the opportunity to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to our guest speakers, both yesterday and today. They've made this conference very, very lively. The questions were coming and they were very, very engaged. And we cannot thank them enough. We thank you all for coming and giving us such a wonderful conference. Hopefully next year we are going to fall on you and you will not turn us down. You will definitely come and make it more or better than what we have already done today. Thank you so much for all those invited guests who came to help us.
Shall we all be upstanding?
Session. What? And I would also love to thank the chief fire officer and then the organizers for such a wonderful conference. In fact, yesterday after I left here, a whole lot of people were talking about it. So, madam, thank you so much. Organizers, we thank you. And as we are living here, I think every one of us have learned something from here. And we need to make an impact to those who were not here. And I wish you all a safe trip home. And this brings to the end of the 3rd annual conference. Thank you so much.
Shall we all be upstanding, please? Thank you so much. On this note, we have come to the successful conclusion of the 3rd Fire Conference. So we would like to call on the Imam to give us the closing prayer. So right after the closing prayer and after lunch, directors, deputy directors, RFOs will be gathered here.
Shall we pray? In the name of Almighty Allah, most gracious, most merciful, greater, master of all things, great architect of the universe, master, owner of the day of judgment. To him all kinds of worship, all kinds of adorations and praises are due. We thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for how far you've brought us as a service. Thank you for bringing this program to an end. Pray for a divine intervention for the progress and development of this service. As we are about to go to our various homes, pray committing our lives in your care. Guide us and take us home back to our families safely. We pray committing the entire service, the chief fire officer, the management, our gallant firefighters in your care. Whenever we go out to save a life, pray for your protection in all our endeavors. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. سلام على نوح في العالمين. سلام على إبراهيم. سلام على موسى وهارون. سلام على إلياس. سلام على المرسلين. سلام قولا من رب رحيم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون. والسلام على المرسلين. والحمد لله رب العالمين. صلوا على رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. آمين.
Thank you, Regimental Band. Please, this shall be the arrangement for the lunch. The chief officer and the members of the high table will proceed to an inner room, whilst directors, regional fire officers, deputy directors will be
You were baby.